Please join me if you will. Dear Father, we come before you, humbly broken, but rejoicing in you. We thank you for the chance to be redeemed in all that you give us. Today, Lord, we call upon you for your divine intervention. We call upon you in praise and thanks for the beautiful weather you've provided, but we ask for just safety and security. Safety for the drivers and teams that are competing, for the staff members that are called upon to serve. And Lord, in the event that our response is needed from an emergency standpoint, I ask that you give wisdom, divine intercession, patience, and knowledge to our rescue response team. But Lord, we know that you can help us avert that, and we ask for your blessings today upon each and every competitor as they drive down this drag strip. For the fans in the stands and for those in the pits, Lord, we pray for our families that are not with us. We thank you, Christ, for the opportunity to be in a free country, so we can't go much further without thanking you for our veterans that are here today and our active service personnel that are protecting us for tomorrow. Lord, keep them safe whether they're domestic or abroad. Father, we ask for blessings over this facility to just continue to provide a great opportunity for recreation and fun, and may that be what it is today. Help us, Lord, 2 by 2 as we compete, but just help us to put you first in all that we do. Allow us to be ladies and gentlemen, win or lose, regardless of the outcome today. In Christ's name, we give you the glory and thanks for all that we have. Amen. If you'll remain standing as we begin the national anthem and recognize our country, turn your attention to the flag found at the starting line.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, let's fire them up. We have the first 2 pair of cars in Footbrake running for $5,000 to win here today, a part of the North Carolina-Virginia I-95 Championship Bracket Series, broadcasted live via MotorManiaTV.com. Live video coverage from coast to coast, from point to point, north to south, worldwide on the web. This is going to be round number 1 of Footbrake. We want to go ahead and recognize Anthony Walton for his brainchild that has become the I-95 Championship Bracket Series. We thank you to Fayetteville Motorsports Park and Alfonso Curie, to Earl Wells and the Galat Motorsports family, to Johnny Davis and the team here at Richmond Dragway for allowing this to be the 3rd stop on a 4-weekend, 8-race Big Money Championship Bracket Series. Coming up now, we'll see Robbie Crenshaw. This is a 2005 Jaguar dialed in at a 920. Nicole Talbert, this is a 1991 square-bodied S10, predicting a 691 elapsed time. It will be the Jaguar out in front. Crenshaw, double enter today, going to take the street sleeper, trying to navigate his way to the finish line with a win and an opportunity in round 2. The Jaguar out in front, downtown. Who's it going to be? Left-hand lane, how about 12 at the tree, 4 over, taking 15th hour stripe. It's the door car. Oh my gosh, the Jaguar, Robbie Crenshaw. Clark Wilson and Carlton Thornton. Clark Wilson, that's a 1982 S10 pickup truck, dialed 721. Carlton Thornton, the 68 good-looking Camaro, 671. Again, another 12 at the tree. This is going to be Clark Wilson. Carlton Thornton, 28, but no, that's it. He gets it. How about 28 green and a 672? His opponent breaks out, taking the finish line. So again, Carlton Thornton, the 68 Camaro, your winner. Wendell Wilson out of Richmond, Virginia, as well as Russell Cannon. The 87 S10 in the left lane, 67 Camaro tower side of the racetrack. Oh, the Camaro 1-1000 red. Wendell Wilson, your automatic winner, dialed to 612, goes out by 4,000. 611 with a 6 on a 612 dial. The Beefy Boys entry, 67 Skylark. That's Daryl Holmes taking on Jamie Holston. Jamie Holston double entered. Holston, your buy run on the EX72 entry. This is the EX72X second shot. Holston, your winner from about a month ago at the last stop back in late June. A couple months ago now, June. Pair of 008 reaction times. Win goes to the left lane. 008 dead on 5. The 13 thousandths pack beats a 008 out by 1 number. Let me reiterate that for you. 008, both drivers off the bottom. One is dead on 5 for a 13 thousandths package, and one is out by 1/1000, taking just a mere 006 of finish line. Wow, Daryl Holmes gets a tight win right there. Scott Macy and Bobby York. Bobby York with the red light start in the CUDA. 658 on the 655, going to give the win to Scott Macy. Tim Betterton and Chris Dixon. Tim Betterton in the blacked out 67 Nova. Dixon in the maroon one. .694 dead on with a 9. Chris Dixon, your Roxborough track champ, gets the win, taking 32 at the finish line. Adam Vanderslice and Eric Amon. Vanderslice coming up out of Chesapeake in the 88 Mustang. Eric Amon out of Clinton, North Carolina, driving for Ronnie Roberts Roofing, the Robco residential ride, 72 Camaro. 647 to a 596 dial-in. Red light start for Vanderslice. Amon clean and green, headed into 596, goes 598, up by 2. .72 Cougar dialed 733 on this hit. Bobby Matera and the Waldorf, Maryland-based 70 Opel. The Calvert Kettle Corn entry dialed 575. Matera's going to have to patiently wait. This one should be Bobby Matera. Bobby Matera was 005 and able to lift to a 580 at 107 for the victory. The Allen's Addiction 77 Camaro of Alan Thatcher takes on Chris Morin in a 68 Dodge. Morin, a 2012-2013 track champ, wants to be the winner of a $5,000 payday tonight. .28 green and 4 over, 597 on a 593. Chris Morin, your winner. Brew coming up now in the Shannon, North Carolina-based Mustang takes on Roger Bridges in the Nova out of Beaver Dam, Virginia. Mustang's dialed 708, roughly 1 second behind. Dialed 610 is going to be the Nova. Brewer uses the 003 bulb and a 1 over 709 to get the win. If you're in Footbrake, you should be in the staging lanes. If you're not there, you need to be there now. We are just rolling right through round number 1 of Footbrake. This is round 1 again of Footbrake I-95 series, kicking off the day. Dave Sink and Tony Matera now. Red light start for Matera. The S10 gets the win. Sink dial to 634, runs 635. Michael Beard coming up in the Loose Rocker Promotions entry. This is the 1980 Plymouth Volare. A little bit of smoke coming out of the right bank there for Beard. Devin Dudley. It's a 19, says 99, but I know that's not true. It's a Mustang. Wiseco Pistons, Mickey Thompson Tires, Mosier Engineering, all helping out the Staging Light Graphics Volare. Michael Beard gonna make this one tough on Dudley. Too tough. Michael Beard, 12 packs it away, 004, dead on 8. Triple zips the finish line. Kevin Dudley breaks out, trying to get there. Again, Michael Beard, 004, dead on 8, round number 1. David Taylor, a 69 Fairlane, and Daryl Bruner, a 1988 Camaro. 670 with 609 dial. The Fairlane will be leaving first. .611 on a 609, Daryl Bruner, your winner. Sammy Jeter, Seth Phillips coming up now. Jeter, 626 to dial, 674 for Phillips. Jeter with the red eye. Seth Phillips dialed 74, going to produce 71 with a 1. S10 trucks getting to be the popular thing. I would say it's the new Monza or the new Vega, because They're plentiful, easy to see. Josh Edwards and Smokey Ellis. Johnny thinks it's the new Camaro. 613 on a 610. Smokey Ellis, your winner. You know what you don't see? You don't see a bunch of 80 Plymouth Valaris. Dodge Aspens. We have one Mach 1. Yep. Jonathan Edwards, 647 to Terry Rucker, 644. Rucker out in front. Backing into him, 645 and a 644. Mustang is your winner. That's Terry Rucker out of Benson. Gerald Driver in the Driver's Pride 1970 Nova will come up against Steve Witherow's 74 Vega out of Summerduff. $6.76 to dial in for Withrow. Drive goes red. He almost needed to be. Steve Witherow's 001 on the bottom and 677. Great run for Steve. Ed Talbert out of Woodbine, Maryland, the 1983 square-bodied S10. Chris Brewington out of Clinton. It's an 88 Monte Carlo. 765 the dial-in the truck, 719 the dial-in the Monte. Green, 3-2 over. 7-6 gives the win to Ed Tell. The 85 Mustang dialed in at a 586. That's Robert Jones. Harold Villa. The H&K Motorsport 72 Chevy Love Truck dialed 597. Two of the faster bottom bulbers head to head right now. 597 to a 586. Jones with the starting line advantage. Villa's going to have to done dead on. Nope. Out by 0009. 687.0 on a 587.0, I should say, on a 586. 17 at the tree going to give Robert Jones the win. $547 the dial-in for Jeff Littlepage in the 68 Chevelle, the Exterminator from Glenwood Farms. Glenn Glover dialed 698 in the Selma-based Johnston County Mustang. Glover goes red, Littlepage 13 green, and 549 at 125 miles an hour on a 547 dial. $754 the dial-in for Josh Best. That's an 85 Mustang. Willard Hammond The 1996 S10 regular cab truck dialed 652. .653 and a 652. 039 at the tree, going to give Hammond the win. John Dunn Jr. dials 594 in that good-looking 72 Camaro. Cheyenne Hayes, the 1996 Camaro tower side of the racetrack, dials 688. Hayes will be out in front. Dunn's going to try to cut down the gap. .598 on a 594. John Dunn Jr. with the better reaction time, going to take the win. Margin of victory at the finish line, 0-1-0. Barry Eds and Tricia Clary, a pair of Mechanicsville, Virginia cars. The 84 Camaro well out in front. This one should be Clary's race to win. It is 710 on a 707. James Parkman out of Chesterfield, Virginia. The 69 Camaro takes on Steve Alford from Anger, the 1971 Pinto. The Pinto out in front, 15 green at the tree, headed for a 75. Runs dead on 8 to take the win, Steve Alford. John Cawthorn, the 69 Roadrunner, and Larry Miller, the Sandston Chevelle, the Total Foot Care Rod Shop Ride. Chevelle dialed 589, Roadrunner dialed 733. Both in, ready to go. Miller, red bulb. Cawthorn, your winner, dialed a 33, runs a 39 with a 4. Robbie Crenshaw's already won one time in this category this round. He's coming back on his second entry in the 2005 Jaguar. Jerry Tarr. .576 the dial-in for Tarr, 926. Poor Jerry Tarr got caught waiting. Robbie Crenshaw, your winner, had a 43 reaction time. Was able to go 932 for the victory. So Crenshaw puts that door car, street legal Jaguar, 2 times into round 2. Top ET door cars that are double entered, double door cars, double entry door cars to the staging lanes, double entry door cars to the lanes, please. Double entry door cars for top ET round 1. Double entered door cars, top ET round 1. Triple zero red for JT Taylor. Daryl Holmes goes 645-2 for the win at 104 miles an hour. That is one bad Camaro. Wow. Michael Sams, goodness gracious, got that thing running 640. Just curious what's going on underneath that LS hood. Bobby York, 67 Cuda, dialed 617. Again, Michael Sams in a 2010 Camaro, dialed 647. Listen to that thing, getting it. 619 on 617. Bobby York, your winner. Double enter door cars and top. Double enter door cars and top to the lanes. Double enter door cars and top. Scott Macy dials 655. He's going to get the win as Jim Barry goes red by 2 thou. 657 on a 655. Scott Macy. Jackie Price dials 822. Alan Thatcher dials 754. The Allen's addiction car trying to get the round number 2 on the second hit. The Monza with the better reaction time, but the Camaro gets the win, 757 on a 754. Double enter door cars and top ET. Double enter door cars and top ET. Should be in the lanes right now. Chris Weiser, 585 the dial, but can't get it. As Gene Crump goes 678 on a 675, taking 3 thousandths of finish line. Gene Crump, your winner. Roger Bridges and Craig McElroy. Red light start for McElroy. Bridges, your winner. He goes 605 with a 5 at 113. Clark Wilson, 82 S10, dialed 716. Rene Duval, the 85 Thumper Camaro, 563 the prediction. Duval with the red light. Clark Wilson, your winner, goes 717, 97 miles an hour. The dart of Chris Morin dialed 594 this time. We'll have to wait as Jesse Casper in the 72 Capri dials 673. The Gates County Auto Machine Shop ride will be out in front. Little grittier than 3/4 of a second. Wow, 021 to a 009. Great bulbs for both drivers, but the wind's going to go to the left lane. 009, 3 above, 597 on a 594. Give it over to Chris Moore. Final call for double entered door cars and top ET. Final call for double entered door cars and top ET. Poor Bobby Matera, dead on 8, but red lights it away. John Combs, your winner. 644 with a 7 on a 643. Final call for top ET double entered door cars to the lanes. You should be with us as we're buttoning up Footbrake. We're going to box next. So top ET door cars. If you are double entered, you need to be in the lanes right now. We're going to you next. Wendell Wilson and Kevin Pollard. Wilson dialed 612, Pollard dialed 554. Whoa, Pollard with a bunch of rocks donated to the starting line. 560 and a 554, Pollard, your winner. So Kevin Pollard having a pretty good year thus far. Winning that Super Bowl of bracket racing early in the year. So Pollard, 50 grand winner, I understand, earlier in the year, off the bottom. Tim Hawks, Jensen Robinson. Hawks in the 72 Cougar, Robinson the 68 Camaro. Red light start for Hawks. Robinson, your automatic winner. Jensen looks for the 765, will produce 776. We need the balance of top ET door cars. So we need all of our top ET door cars into the lanes, top ET door cars into the lanes right now. Top ET door cars into the staging lanes. Tim Betterton and Travis Leak. Betterton in the Nova, Leak in the Mustang. 639, the Mustang's dial. 621, the Nova. .619 with a 4 at 108 miles an hour. Tim Betterton gets the win. Travis red lights it. Greg Hines red lights it away. His opponent going to get the win. 665 with a 6 on a 664 dial. Adam Vanderslice, the 88 Mustang, dialed 648. Phil Rutherford dialed 617. .648, dead on with a 5. Vanderslice, your winner. .617, dead on with a 5. Rutherford. The difference at the finish line, 9 thousandths of a second. That was the exact difference at the tree. Re-entry monies. Re-entry monies will be collected in the staging lane, so if you're going to try to re-enter, if you unfortunately went out in round 1 and you need to be in the re-entry round, just hang tight. When you come to the staging lanes, we'll take your money in the lanes. Re-entry money will be collected in the lanes. John Watkins goes red by 3 thou. Wesley Roberts, your winner, 602 with a 5 on a 6-flat dial. Again, re-entry money will be collected. Re-entry money will be collected in the lanes. Just hang tight. When we call you to the lanes, we'll get you money then. .734, the dial-in for Brian Moody in the Pertec Fluid Systems lane. Jeremy Holmes, 671, the dial-in. The George Mason Mortgage lane, and he gets the win over there. Spectator side of the track, 674 and a 671. Buddy Mason, the 80 Malibu G-Body. 611, the dial in Jimmy Smith. The 94 regular cab S10 looking for a 563. The Mountain Road Transmissions entry. Smith 2 thou red. Mason 10 green. And under by 005. Richard Alford Jr. dialed 624. Chris Dixon dialed 694. 2 tough drivers right here. This will be a good one. 13 green and a win for Chris Dixon. 002 red for Alford. 13 green, 1 over Dixon. 695 on a 694. Top ET door cars, top ET door cars. You should be with us. Top ET door cars. Mike Carlton's 000 and can't get past Nicole Talbert. Talbert is 14 at the tree, 2 over for the win. Again, trip zip, couldn't get it done. Ouch. Devin Dudley, 640 the dial in. Seth Phillips, 674. Trip, zip, and out. How about that? Goodness gracious. Phillips, 003, Dudley, 18. It'll be Phillips. 678, or 677 on a 674, I should say. So 003 and 3 over gives Seth Phillips the win. Carlton Thornton, 68 Camaro, back up again. So is Jamie Holston. Should be our final pair of the Footbrake class. Thornton, 008. 008 taking fourth out finish line. Thornton, your winner. 026 and one above. Jamie Holston's out. So that'll do it for the first round of Footbrake. Again, anyone interested in being a part of our re-entry round, just hang tight. Re-entry monies will be collected when you come into the staging lanes. Again, re-entry money will be collected in the staging lanes. So the way this works, drivers, if it's a new formula to you, if you lost in first round, you'll only come back when we call re-entry. You'll bring your money with you. Winners of the re-entry round will earn their right to go back into round number 2. So it's basically a runoff. So first round, if you lost, just hang tight. We'll call your re-entry cars back. When you do come back, you can bring your money with you. Re-entry drivers, you need not come to the tower. You can bring your re-entry money with you to the staging lanes when called. First pair of top ET. Andy Plotzik out in front. JT Johnson closing the gap, getting the win. 007 and 2 over. Give it over to 62 Nova. The Hawk of Red Goins coming up now. That's the George Mason Mortgage Lane. Barry Teachy the second. And the Pertec Fluid System side of the drag strip. 649 the dial-in for the Mustang. Wheels up for Goins. But it doesn't do it. 650 on a 649, taking 7th hour strike. Going to be Barry Teachy for the win. Top ET door cars, we're running you now. You should be in the lanes with us. Top ET door cars, we're running you now. Round number 1 of Top ET door cars. Matthew Edwards, the 1968 Camaro, 633 the dial-in. Marty Dabney, a blistering 495 on the Vega. I'm of the camp that will work to race, and I would work to race that Vega one weekend because that thing is bad to the bone. Double 04 and 2 over. Matthew Edwards going to send Marty Dabney to the re-entry round. David Sandridge, the 68 Camaro's dialed 587. Larry Gilliam in that cool-looking 78 Ford Fairmont dialed 552 out of Portsmouth, Virginia. Hanging the wheels in the air, Sandridge out in front and gets the win. 11 green light, 588 and a 587, taking 033 at the finish line. Gonna be the Camaro. Mark Chambliss out of Petersburg, the 1994 Lumina. Sanders, Wolfolk. Wolfolk in the Comet. The right time racing entry. Wolfolk brought to you in part by the C.L. Wright Roofing Company. He gets the win. He's 003 green. His Chambliss is 11th thou red. 628 on a 626 for the Comet. '67 Chevy 2 at David Tanner. Down 696. About a second behind out 6 flat's going to be Keith Jones Sr. The 88 Camaro's got his work cut out for him. But he gets it 6 flat, dead on 8. David Tanner was 004. So we are rolling through round number 1 of our top ET category. This is the door car portion. Thanks again to AED Competition, Thornton Motorsports, George Mason Mortgage, and PerTech Fluid Systems for their support of the water box, the starting line, and the lanes here in 2016 at Richmond Dragway. Speaking of that, coming up in the George Mason Mortgage lane is none other than Mike Kuntz, the Warrenton, Virginia 2000 Extended Cab Pro Stock Style S10, down 470. Takes on James Wyatt Jr., the 76 Vega. Vega having all kinds of trouble at the tree. Wyatt's just going to have to motor it on down through there. Kuntz gets the free shot, goes 472 for the victory and a 470. 1 we were referring to earlier. This is the 72 Mach 1 of Patrick Cassidy. Dialed a 681, 1 second quicker. Is the J.W. Holmes, Ray Holmes 63 Corvette 581. Remember, t-shirts are available for sale at the base of the tower. Stop down and see Anthony and Stacy Walton. They'll get you a t-shirt. 005, dead on 8, 13 pack. Patrick Cassidy. Great run for Cassidy and the win, the Mach 1 coming back. Trey Dalton in that Slam 69 Camaro out of Hanover, Virginia. Comes up against Dink Holmes, down 588. Trey Dalton trip zip at the tree. And a 571. Something going astray. 588, dead on 8. Dink Holmes, your winner. That's the second trip zip reaction time we've seen. Did not get a win light. Ed Talbert, Sean Carpenter, your next pair. Talbert in the truck, Carpenter in the Camaro. Talbert, 7th hour red, 009 green, going to be Carpenter for the win, and a 591 and a 590. Two really unique entries right now. Keep your eyes peeled to the starting line. This is Scott Moore's 2008 Mustang. Taking on the 55 Studebaker at Tim Williams. The Williams Fabrication Repair Ride, tower side of the racetrack, dialed 579. 482 the prediction for Moore in the George Mason Mortgage Lane. What a cool pair of cars and an awesome race. Topside charge, who's it going to be? 483 and a 482. The Mustang gets it. Scott Moore over Tim Williams. Kerry Curling, the 72 Duster, and Chad Duke in the Wilmington-based 68 Camaro. This is a Dean's Performance-powered Chevrolet tower side of the racetrack. Wow, wheels up for Chad Duke. 24 green to Curly 17. 17 dead on 8 gets it by trip zip at the finish line. Give the win over to the Duster of Kerry Curling. Ernie Lumpkin with the red light start in the Bel Air. Chad Trailer, your winner in the S10 truck, goes 632. George Hoff, Al Burkett. 776 to dial in for Hoff. Burkett dialed 566. Burkett had to wait a while. 779 on a 776 using a double 02 reaction time will give George Hoff the win. There was 2-second separation. Burkett was up on the converter a little bit. You could hear him thinking about coming back off, and maybe that helped it run a little bit quick, but George Hoff, your winner, 779. Brian Pryor and Leon Wiggins at the line now. Pryor making all kinds of power, going 488 and getting the win by 9thou of a second. 491 with a 9. Brian Pryor, your winner. The 69 Nova of Jerry Akers, dialed 546. Rodney Edwards in the 67 Nova, dialed 578. .546, dead on with an 8. 22 at the tree gives Jerry Akers the win. Makes a difference. Wyatt Colbert dialed 582. Brian Edwards 604 in the Camaro. Colbert's car hard leaving, but he doesn't get it done. Dead on with a 9. Brian Edwards 604 on a 604. Danny Bennett and Davis Adkins, your next pair of cars in top ET. The 48 Anglia dialed in at a 522. The 70 Camaro, 567. .003, one above for the win is that Davis Adkins. The red light start for Danny Bennett. The 70 Camaro getting a victory. Double entered dragsters in top ET. Double entered dragsters in top ET. 5 and 6 is where we'd like you. Double entered dragsters. Top ET. Double entered dragsters 5 and 6. 5 and 6. Top ET. Double entered dragsters at this time. Jason Overstreet, James Kraft. Overstreet 611, Kraft out 566.
Working here, round number 1, a top ET. I-95 Drag Racing Series here at Richmond Dragway. Overstreet 005 red and a 571 gets the win light for Kraft going to round number 2. Overstreet goes 10 on 11. Red light breakout. A Smokey Ellis coming up. Hurt, Virginia. 1987 S10 pickup. And Eric Bradby out of Providence Forge in the Mustang. 564 for the 1987 model of the Mustang. And Ellis in the 87 model of the S10. 608 dial on the George Mason side. Working here. Top ET. Round number 1. I-95 Drag Racing Series here at Richmond Dragway. The S10 launching hard. Here comes the Mustang hard charging. The EB Porton machine gets the win. 2 over for the W, 2 over on the loss for Ellis. a candidate for re-entry. Once again, re-entry will be collected in the staging lanes, so re-entry drivers, pay attention. We'll be calling re-entry to the lanes in just a little bit. Once again, re-entry will be collected in the staging lanes. Jesse Lockhart comes up. The S10 pickup truck out of Chesapeake, Virginia, 641 the dial in. Mark Crump out of Charles City brings up the 88 model of the Mustang. Marks in at a 575 and turns it 001 red. The S10 goes 4 over for the win. Crump 3 over on the loss. Crump a candidate for re-entry. Continuing to rock here in Top ET. Saturday afternoon, the I-95 Drag Racing Series here at Richmond Dragway. Double-entered dragsters to lanes 5 and 6. Top ET dragsters that are double-entered use lanes 5 and 6. Double-entered dragsters 5 and 6. Brian Seigworth coming up, Mechanicsville-based Mustang, 634. And Matt Reese out of Virginia Beach, the 79 Chevy Camaro, 688 the dial for Reese. Over on the George Mason side of the racetrack. Working the door car half of the field. Calling the dragster doubles, double dragsters to lanes 5 and 6. Clean and green off the Thornton Motorsports starting line. Top end it is. Reese 5 over on the win. Seigworth's a 10th over on the loss. Is Bruce Hairston coming up in the Vega for the Warbuck team. A 605 dial taking on Tyler Bell. New Bern, North Carolina, 65 Mustang over there. 627 goes up on the board. Clean and green off the line. Top end, it is Bell. 1 over for the win. Hairston goes 1 over on the loss. It's Wayne Sandridge coming up. The Monte Carlo out of Harrisonburg. 640 over there on the George Mason Mortgage lane. And Junior Wingfield out of North Chesterfield, Virginia. Chevy Camaro on a 567. Wingfield, the most recent winner here in Top ET. At Richmond Dragway. One last Saturday night, and they'll try to replicate that for 10 large on Saturday of the I-95 Drag Racing Series. Working in round number 1, Wingfield coming off, chasing Sandridge top end. It's Wingfield dead on 8, Sandridge dead on 9, 017 margin. Mason Merritt coming up, Chesapeake, Virginia, 483 the dial for the Chevy Nova. Taking on Dan Osborne, 63 split window vet. For the Grayson Murphy team, 529 goes up on the dial-in board for the Corvette here. Out of Glen Allen, Virginia. They call him the coin washer. On the Pertec fluid system side of the racetrack. Working in Top ET, the door car side of the field. Osborne's away. Here comes Merritt. Top end. Merritt for the win light. Osborne 1 over. Merritt 1 over. 7/10,000ths of a second, the margin of victory. That, my friends, was officially a squeaker. Here comes Josh Bess. Pulling up, 578 on the board. Terry Rucker out of Benson, North Carolina in the Mustang, 644. 644 to a 578. Chevy and Ford here. Red light start for Rucker. Wind lights on for Josh Bess. Wheeling the old hound dog there. 577 to the top end on a breakout at 119 miles an hour. Rucker. So we got a competition single coming up here. Philip Bullock out of Nashville, North Carolina, the cool Nova wagon. His opponent broke in the staging lanes. So 6:02 gives Phillip a comp single off to the next round. He'll be able to go all out and try to get it through to the top end and pick himself up a win light, which he'll have no problem doing here on a competition single. It's like one more time trial for Bullock. The very cool 66 wagon coming off, 005 on the tree, 6:03, 111 miles an hour. Once again, if you've not done so, your I-95 event t-shirts are on sale at the back of the tower. Anthony and Stacy Walton back there selling the I-95 series t-shirts. Right at the back of the timing tower, they got a tent and tables set up for the I-95 series shirts. Check them out. You can also pick up a grab bag of old shirts, as shirts from previous events are also on sale from Anthony and Stacy Walton right here at Richmond Dragway on Saturday afternoon. Daryl Morris coming up out of South Hill, the Vega on a 586, and Jeff Parrish, the Pontiac Firebird out of Clayton, North Carolina, 6:31. And Morris goes way red. Top end runs 5:88, and Winlight goes 6:32. Here's Ronnie Jeter, the Chevrolet Corvette out of Mannequin Sabbath, a 592 dial in, and Dan Hicks, 514 over there. Dialed it in on the George Mason Mortgage Lane. Working here in Top ET door cars. We need double entered dragsters. Top ET, double entered dragsters. You should be in the staging lanes. Top ET, double entered dragsters. You should be heading to the lanes, please. Coming off the collision or the Thornton Motorsports starting line, top end, it's going to be Ronnie Jeter, 94's 2 over. Dan Hicks is almost 3 under over there on the Chevy Camaro from Virginia Beach. Andrew Plotzik coming up, the 55 pickup truck over there on the George Mason Mortgage Lane, and Delton Harefield the 3rd. Harefield, the 66 Nova, 560 to dial in here on the Pertec Fluid System side of the racetrack. Red light start for Harefield. He'll be a candidate for re-entry. Plotzik's pickup goes 613 to a 562. Next pair coming up, going to be Sanders Woolfolk, the CL Wright Roofing, Right Time Racing Merc Comet. Going to line up with the Hoy team, Jeremy Hoy out of Palmyra, Virginia. The GTO for Dave Hunt Race Cars, a 465 versus a 626. So Hoy goes 468. Hoy runs a 468 for the win light, takes the win by 38 10,000ths of a second. Ronnie Horwath, Bunker Hill, West Virginia, 68 Chevy Camaro, 562. Andrew Plotzik III, the Jeep over there. Coming off the Thornton Motorsports starting line, top end. It's going to be the Camaro. 63 on a 2, beats an 83 on a 75. Plotzik taking a little too much stripe down there and giving the win light to the Chevrolet. The rest of Top ET, dragsters, Top ET, anybody that has not been down the track in round number 1, you should be rolling towards the lanes. That is all of Top ET. Dragsters, you can come on in. We got the double entered dragsters in, Top ET. The rest of the dragsters, come on in. Dragsters, come on in. Red line start from Mike Shields. Top in. Betterton runs 566, 122 miles an hour. Shields clicks off a 584 on a red light. So the rest of Top ET dragsters, you can roll to lanes. Top ET dragsters, you can roll to the lanes, please. R. Grant coming up out of Chesapeake, the 91 Daytona on a 537. Robert Braglin out of Clayton, North Carolina in the Nova, 577. Nova and Mopar head out to the top end. It's going to be the Mopar. 4 over for the win and a 3 over pass for Braglin. 91 10,000ths the margin. The Edwards team coming up here. 634 the dial in for the Gary Higginbotham Auto Sales Camaro in Cleveland Bay. The Opel GT 602 to a 634. Edwards going red over there, Cleveland Bay. 604 for the win, 634 on a red light start. Shannon Edmonds coming up, 661 the dial on the Pertex side. David Sandridge in the Camaro, 588 over there on the George Mason Mortgage Lane. Edmonds goes 005 red. And Sandridge goes 587 to the win light, 662 on a red light start. Next pair coming up, Gerald Gammon's Total Chaos on a 595 and Nathan Lilly's Nova on a 621. Gammon goes 596 for the win line, a 630, the losing run for Lilly. Lilly had a much better reaction time and drug the brake a little too hard on the top end. Shane Capps coming up out of Chesapeake, Virginia. The 85 GMC pickup, 697 on the board, and Greg Knight out of Chesapeake. The Chevy Camaro goes 6 flat on the dial. The equalizer, Greg Knight comes off with a red light start. The pickup runs it out to a 7:02. Next pair coming up, Clarence Allen and Michael Beard. The Loose Rocker Promotions Mopar coming up here. 6:55 the dial-in, taking on Clarence Allen's Grand Am out of Richmond, Virginia, 5:22 over on the George Mason Mortgage side. Dragsters, you should be coming in. Dragsters, you should be coming in. First round, rocking along here. The I-95 Drag Racing Series here at Richmond Dragway. Dragsters should be coming in the lanes. Beard comes off with a green light start. Here comes Clarence, top in. Clearance, but not for Michael Beard. 56, one over, takes the win. Clarence, late off the line, runs a 24, 2 over the dial. A late reaction time makes him a candidate for re-entry. Eric Amon coming up, Clinton, North Carolina. 1977 Nova, 5:55 for the Ronnie Roberts race team here on the Pertec Fluid Systems side of the racetrack. And Junior Sam's over there, the Pontiac for Big Chief Bullet Racing, a 6:26 for Junior. Winding them down here for the door car side of the field, getting ready to hustle some dragsters on a Saturday afternoon at Richmond Dragway. Top in, Eric Amon, 5:57, takes the win light, 6:29. The losing run for Junior Sam's. It's Barry Teachy coming up, Ewellville, North Carolina, 91 Mustang, 650 on the board. Kent Sessoms, 5:38 here out of Ahoskie, North Carolina. Sessoms going red. Teachy goes 52, 2 over for the win. Sessoms is 2 over on the loss. We start to work down towards the end of the door cars. And the rest of the field, dragsters, can come on in. Sean Carpenter coming up. Carpenter's Chevy Camaro, 591. The S10 truck over there, 682. Barrett McFadden out of Glasgow, Virginia, the S10 truck. That's a cool little S10 over there for Barrett. It's Sean Carpenter, Elm City, North Carolina. This Camaro's done some winnings. Sean's Body Shop, Killer Ron's, 591 up on the board on the Pertec lane. The S10 muscling, the Camaro coming, and it's the S10. 83 on a 2, beats a 93 on a 91, and McFadden going to the next round. So the last of the door cars that came in with the door cars. Got a couple more door cars that came in with the dragsters, but this is the last of the door cars that came in with them. Going to be a big-time winner in this season. Wins 50 plus 5. Kevin Pollard just had a couple triple tens a couple weeks ago. They were actually on Motor Mania as well up at Motor Mile Dragway. Pollard dials in at a 5:53. Gabe Taylor over there, a 4:79 dial in. Taylor out of Elizabethtown, North Carolina, and Pollard out of Fincastle, Virginia. We're in the dragsters. Top ET dragsters rolling up here. Dragsters, you should be in the lanes. Round number 1. Beginning to wind down here. Saturday afternoon, the I-95 Drag Racing Series. Pollard launching. Here comes Taylor chasing. Top end. Pollard dumps him at the stripe. Goes 2 over to win by 63 10 thousandths. An 81 is 2 over as well for Taylor. Kevin was 009 on the tree. In control of that one start to finish. Beautiful dragster over there, 451 the dial, taking on Andy Lloyd's dragster here out of Doswell, Virginia. The L&L transmission team dragster here, the Pertec side of the racetrack. A 488 dial in for Andy. John Corbin out of Waynesboro. Throws a 451 up on the board. Waynesboro, home of legendary Eastside Speedway. You see Lee Dixon out there watching his buddy Andy Lloyd pull up. We are in the dragsters here. It's Saturday afternoon, the I-95 Drag Racing Series here at Richmond Dragway. If you've not done so, the Fun Times Concession ice cream van in the house. The water ice truck for a hot Saturday afternoon. You can stop by the Dragway concession stand. Cheeseburger, world famous French fries, ice cold Pepsi products, and hey, stop by downstairs, the back of the tower. We got Anthony and Stacy Walton selling t-shirts for today's I-95 series event. 491 takes the win for Andy. Corbin is 10 red and runs 3 over on the loss. Rick Hustaway's dragster coming up on a 475. Marty Dabney came in with the dragsters for his second entry at a 495 dial. Clean and green off the Thornton Motorsports starting line. Top end, it's Marty. 96 on a 95, beats a 78 on a 75. Hustaway had the better light. 14-10 foul margin for Marty, taking the win light. Jerry Brewer coming up, Lumberton, North Carolina, 464. Going to line up here with J.T. Johnson in the Nova out of Charles City. They call him Kitten. 536 dial for Kitten. Brewer going to re-wet those Mickey Thompsons. Get some sticky Mickey here. 464 dial in over there for Brewer's Lumberton, North Carolina dragster. We are working here the second half of Top ET on Saturday afternoon. The I-95 Drag Racing Series here at Richmond Dragway. Race number 5 in the championship series, just past the halfway point. Once again, event t-shirts for sale downstairs, right behind the race control tower. As Johnson goes 001 red, Jerry Brewer goes 465 for the win, 538 for Johnson. The Kenny's Auto Mart dragster coming up here. Kenny Snyder out of Harrisonburg, Virginia. And Timothy Thomas over there out of Lumberton, North Carolina. 487 to a 450. It's unusual for Kenny to be racing without his grandson, TJ. And so they hurt the motor in TJ's car, and TJ was at home. He came through the gate Friday night, and I said, man, where's your sidekick? It'll be unusual to race without him, was his comment. So, TJ, if you're watching on Motor Mania, know that you're missed, buddy. Your grandpa misses you. So does everybody else here. Kenny's Auto Mart dragster here. Lined up with Thomas's dragster over there on the George Mason Mortgage Lane. This is round number 1 of Top ET, the I-95 Drag Racing Series. One of those Chamber of Commerce kind of days with high, puffy clouds. That must be what you get when you hire Matt Zapp. You know, works in town government, so he orders up Chamber of Commerce kind of weather, I guess. 488, 1 over for Thomas. Snyder goes 50 dead on 6 by 89 10 thou. It's Tim Thomas. And Kenny will have another entry and the buyback lane. It's Mike Jackson coming up. Mike is the current points leader in the I-95 series, I believe. Is that right? Don't ask, don't tell. Out of Newton, North Carolina, 471 for the FTI Transmissions and Converters Dragster. Ken Batchelor, Leland, North Carolina, 471 here. Heads up run for a couple of long cars. And a red line start for Jackson. Batchelor goes 70 on his 71. Jackson goes 71 dead on. Jackson will be ready for the re-entry round. Batchelor will be ready for round number 2, baby. As Bruce Hensley comes up. Unionville, Virginia, the dragster. On the Pertec side, 450. And David Brown out of Jacksonville, North Carolina, 456. And I've seen a lot of beadlock wheels in my life, but I've never seen an orange beadlock. That is a win. You want something unique, beadlock them orange. For David Brown's dragster. It's like car swap. I think they put all their cars in a hat and drivers drew for cards. And thus Brown ends up with a red light start. Here's Bruce Hensley going to the next round, 449 to a 456. Dead on run for Brown. So Ray Holmes coming up here. Richmond, Virginia-based 63 vet for J.W. Holmes Hauling. Going to line up with Will Holloman. That was Will's car that just went down. This is Chad Duke's car that Will Holloman's in. Part of that draw your race car out of a hat program that they ran. Some cool blue spilled paint over there as well. Very, very pretty paint job. Chad Duke's dragster with Will Holloman behind the wheel. Wilmington, North Carolina, 481 up on the board. And Ray Holmes, the 63 split wind of that. Former VMP champ. He's actually in the hunt for the championship around here as well. On the Pertec side of the racetrack, we are working dragsters for round number 1. The I-95 Drag Racing Series. We say that, and there's a door car sitting there. If you come in with the dragsters, you get to run with them. And door car goes better reaction time, but can't hold off the stripe taker. Holloman goes 2 over for the win. Holmes is 4 over, and a candidate for re-entry. As Wesley Washington comes up. King George, Virginia. The No Limit Motorsports Dragster, 476 for the Super Bowl of bracket racing. Coming up at Darlington Dragway. I think they're calling that one the World Series, right? The Darlington one, the World Series drag racing. Gonna line up here with Booty Harris. Booty's got a motor that they're raffling off, a Pat Musey motor. $100 a ticket. Stop Booty or his dad Mason, who's standing back there by the burnout box, and get in that ticket raffle. And off the line they race, to the top end they rock and give it to Wesley Washington. Trip zip on the line as Booty goes dead on 7. That's 11 10,000ths margin, but WW collects. Dink Holmes coming up, 588, taking on Jacob Otto, the Quantum Flow dragster. Otto chasing Holmes, couple of young guns Holmes goes dead on 7 for the win. Otto goes dead on 9, but was late off the line. Once again, double entry drivers, it's your responsibility to maintain your car numbers. Double entry drivers, it is your responsibility to maintain your double entry car numbers. So if you cannot do it, we can't either. That's going to be the answer. If you cannot keep up with your double entry, do not expect us to. Double entry drivers, it is your responsibility to handle your double entry numbers. Pay attention to what number you've got on your car. Robbie Stewart coming up, 23T over there. One unique little altered, taking on Darton Pearsall's Total Look Dragster. LaGrange, North Carolina, 484 to a 538. Final call here for dragsters. You should be in the lanes for round number 1. The altered launching with the wheels up, and here comes Pearsall for the win. 87, 3 over turns the W on. 41, 3 over goes to the buyback lane. Or the re-entry lane, rather. It's Chad Duke coming up in his Chevrolet Camaro, 583. And Greg Schoens, 484 over there on the George Mason Mortgage lane. Duke's in with the wheels up. Schoens is chasing and top end. Dorcar, 1 over for the win. Schoens breaks out by 4 10,000ths, and Chad Duke moving to the next round. Beautiful undercover chassis dragster over there for Bam Bam, 472. The Collins team out of Shannon, North Carolina, taking on Lee Dixon. Design Electrical dragster, 455. Clean and green off the Thornton Motorsports starting line, and it is Mr. Dixon, 1 over for the win. Collins goes 1 under on the loss by 9 10,000ths and a breakout. Lee Dixon goes to round number 2. Gordon Holmes backing up his Dan Page dragster on a 487. Taking on Robert Dimmerly out of Portsmouth, Virginia, 532 the dial in. Over on the George Mason Mortgage lane. Dragsters, you should be in the lanes. Working along here. The I-95 Drag Racing Series. Red light start for Dimmerly. Wind light is on for Flash, 489 to a 534. Kenny Young doing a burnout in his dragster for the KMC race team. Kenny going to line up here with Michael George out of Ruther Glen, Virginia. On the Pertec side, 528 for George and a 480 for Kenny Young. Michael George moving, Kenny Young chasing top end. It's Kenny Young 2 over for the win, George 2 over on the loss. That is trip zip, margin of victory. Dragster coming up here for Chad Trailer, 448. Sapelka over there having problems. Can't keep it running, I believe. Got him on a timer watching. And he gets it fired up. Out of Ransom, West Virginia. Does a quick little burnout there. Heading off the Thornton Motorsports starting line, Sapelka 1 over for the win. As Chad Trailer goes 1 over on the loss. Better reaction time, Chris Sapelka. Michael Cockrell coming up. Prince Frederick, Maryland, 478 dial-in. Cockrell lines up with Darrell Cash out of Glasgow, Virginia, 525. Brian Mullison coming up 459 for the dragster over there. Out of Stafford, Virginia. Steve Morgan here out of Hagerstown, Maryland, 498 on the Pertex side. Final call for dragsters. First round winding down in top ET here. The I-95 Drag Racing Series. Troy Cooper out of Midland, Virginia, 456. Ethan Watson, a 448. One of the fastest hot rods on the property here out of Fredericksburg. Clean and green off the Thornton Motorsports starting line as Ethan Watson gets the win light, 9 on an 8. Beats a 57 on a 56. That's 36-10 foul margin. Next pair doing their burnouts. Sean Smith deal, 517 goes on the dial-in board. Robert Vogler here on the Pertec Fluid Systems, 452 out of Louisville, Virginia. 54 on a 52. Vogler goes to the next round, 43 ten-thousandths margin. Smithfield goes 17 dead on 6 for the loss. Kenton Folk coming up here out of Broadway, Virginia, 454. Taking on Eric Whitehurst, Edenton, North Carolina for the Pops boys, a 475 dial-in. Winding them down here in top ET. Blake Denton, you have the bye run for junior dragsters, round number 1. Blake Denton, the bye run for juniors, round number 1. Junior dragsters. You can come into lanes 1 and 2. It'll be junior dragster doubles. First junior dragster doubles, lanes 1 and 2. We got 3 cars doubling in junior dragster, so junior doubles to lanes 1 and 2. Double entry juniors, lanes 1 and 2. Got 3 cars doubled, so junior dragster doubles to lanes 1 and 2. Jack Trussell, Steve Witherow here. Fast Jack going red. Steve Witherow for the win. 471, dead on 7, beats a 457, 2 over for Jack. Wayne Tennell out of Linville, Virginia, 470 on the board. Line up here. A 469 dial for Kelly Fenton Taylor out of King George. Junior dragster doubles, 1 and 2. Junior dragster doubles, 1 and 2, please. Junior dragster doubles, 1 and 2. Kelly Fenton, dead on, 470, or is 1 over rather. And a 72 for Tennell is 2 over on the loss. 7 ten-thousandths of a second margin of victory. Tony Melvitt coming up, Concord, North Carolina. 23 altered on a 496. Eden Lucard, 5 flat the dial for the Lucard's Custom Paint and Body Works dragster. We need double entered juniors. Need you to 1 and 2. Double entered juniors to 1 and 2. Off the line, off to the races. Eden, 2 over for the win. 96 dead on for Melvin, a candidate for re-entry. The Warbuck dragster coming up here. It's Bruce Hairston, 475 the dial. Taking on the little Vega over there. 609 dial for Jason Overstreet out of Bedford, Virginia. Loose change coming up on the George Mason Mortgage side. Clean and green off the Thornton Motorsports starting line, and it is the door car. 4 over for the win. Dragster 1 over on the loss. 9 foul margin. Next pair coming up, working in top ET. Winding them down here. Junior doubles, 1 and 2. Junior doubles, 1 and 2, please. Double entry junior dragsters should be in the lanes. Bye run for junior dragster is Denton, Blake Denton, 204X. The rest of juniors to 1 and 2. All juniors to 1 and 2. 477 on the Pertex side. Driver's info not on file. Christy Messer over there out of Four Oaks, North Carolina. Beautiful Messer racing team. A red light start here on the Pertex side. Messer goes 485, 3 over for the win. Andy Lloyd coming up. Doswell, Virginia. And Kenny Melton Jr. over there. 463 for the Vapors Advantage Dragster. And a 490, it looks like, for Andy Lloyd. Junior Dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. Junior Dragsters 1 and 2, please. Juniors, lanes 1 and 2. Melton goes 2 over for the win. Lloyd goes red. As a candidate for re-entry is Don Rudd, the Mullis Dragster, 482. Wesley Roberts, a 474 here on the Pertex side for his dragster out of Benson, North Carolina. Junior Dragsters 1 and 2. Junior Dragsters 1 and 2, please. Clean and green off the line, headed to the top end. It's going to be Don Rudd, 482, dead on 7. Beats a 477 for Wesley Roberts, candidate for re-entry on the Triple R team. The next pair coming up, 457 the dial over there for David Brown. Bruce Hensley, a 449 here on the Pertex side of the racetrack. Clean and green off the line, top end. It's going to be Hensley, 1 over for the win. Brown goes dead on 7 for the loss. Next pair coming up here, Mike Jackson out of Newton, North Carolina, 471, and Dwayne Allen out of Sandston, Virginia, the worthy dragster, on a 479. Top end. Win light goes Mike Jackson, 72 on a 71, takes the win light. Dwayne Allen runs 78 on a 79 for the red light, loss. Tim Thomas out of Lumberton, North Carolina, 478. Wesley Washington, 477. A couple of guys that are doubling down, trying to square off here in round number 1 of Top ET. Thornton Motorsports Junior Dragsters 1 and 2. Thornton Motorsports Juniors 1 and 2. Thomas heading out to the top end, gets the win, 478 or 476. Washington for the breakout there. Jerry Brewer doing his burnout on a 465. Kenny Snyder, 450 here for the Kenny's Auto Mart dragster. Clean and green off the Thornton Motorsports starting line. Brewer in control, runs dead on 8 for the win. Kenny Snyder's 2 over on the loss, and Jerry Brewer goes to round number 2. Winding them down here, just a couple left here in top ET. Looks like 4 or 5 pairs left to go. Got junior dragsters. Lanes 1 and 2, round number 1 of juniors coming up. And modified re-entry, you're on standby here. Modified re-entry, you're on standby. Be calling you to the lanes. Remember, re-entry is collected in the staging lanes. Modified is a $50 re-entry, racing for $5,000 to win. So if there is a buy run in this round of re-entry for modified, it would be Mike Carlton. If there's an odd number of cars, Mike Carlton, number 27, you would be on the buy run. Mike Carlton, number 27. If there is a buy run, you have the best losing reaction time, and you would get the re-entry buy run. John Corbin goes 53 dead on 8, and Ken Batchelor goes 57 dead on 9. Jacob Otto, the Quantum Flow dragster, gets the win light. 2 over for the W. An 83 on an 82 is a candidate for re-entry. Otto wins it by 31-10 thou. We are winding them down here, just a couple left. Dalton Pearsall coming up, and Gabe Taylor. Taylor on a 481, Pearsall on a 484. Junior dragsters for round number 1. You should be rolling to 1 and 2. Juniors for round 1 to 1 and 2. Dalton Pearson runs 485 for the win light. Gabe Taylor runs 479 on a red light. So the re-entry buy run for round number re-entry in modified, round number re-entry if that makes sense. For the re-entry round in modified is Russell Cannon, car number 27, wrong name with driver info. Russell Cannon, you'll have the buy run in the re-entry round in car number 27. If there is an odd number of cars, it'll be Russell Cannon. Guys are getting the last couple pairs of dragsters ready to go here. And Russell Cannon, you're on the buy run in re-entry for modified. Modified re-entry to 5 and 6, $50 re-entry. Modified re-entry collected in the staging lanes, $50 re-entry. And Russell Cannon, you are the buy run holder in modified re-entry. So the Thomas team coming up, 482 on the board, and Brandon Collins over there. Bam Bam and the dragster, a 472. Modified re-entry, 5 and 6, modified re-entry, 5 and 6. Byron would be best losing reaction time, Russell Cannon. Modified re-entry by run is Russell Cannon. Top end, Collins goes 72, dead on 6, 82, dead on 0. And here is your by run to finish out round number 1 and top ET. Bobby Ely out of Suffolk, Virginia. The Nova, a 587, goes up on the board. This is the end of round number 1 of top ET. 006 reaction time. Bobby cranks out 589 for the win light, and we move into junior dragster, round number 1. So here we go, junior dragster, round number 1, rolling out onto the Thornton Motorsports starting line. That would be Thornton Motorsports Junior Dragster, right? The I-95 Drag Racing Series. Tyler Colbert coming up here. The Colbert Plumbing Jr. on a 794. Haley Pomfrey out of Waldorf, Maryland. 890 the dial for her junior dragster. On the George Mason Mortgage side, junior dragster, round number 1, the I-95 Drag Racing Series. We need modified re-entry. Lanes 5 and 6. By run from mod re-entry is Mike Carlton, car number 27. It's actually Russell Cannon. Car number 27, Russell Cannon. You'll have the by run for modified re-entry. Colbert goes 795 for the win light, 894 the losing run, 54 ten-thousandths of a second margin of victory. Kicks it off in junior dragster. You want to talk about some serious kids? They are serious about drag racing. Here is A.J. Jenkins, Mechanicsville, Maryland, a 790, and Ryan Like out of Moyock, North Carolina, a 1201. Junior dragster round number 1 here. On the line, the I-95 Drag Racing Series here at Richmond Dragway. Ryan goes away, green light start. Here comes A.J. Chasen. Top end. A.J. 1 over for the win. 1195 is a breakout run for Ryan. Next pair coming up, Cameron Gibson, 794. Chappaqua, Maryland. And Justin Blythe out of Sedley, Virginia, 791 to a 794. Heading out to the top end, Justin Blythe, 795 takes the win, 799 the losing run. Red light start for LJ Lewis. Wind lights on for Connor Shields. 9:34, 68 miles an hour. Connor moves to round number 2. It's Coral Wilson and Nathan Tanner coming up. Wilson dials in at a 8:65. Tanner an 8:90. Cora Wilson going 005 red. Nathan Tanner going to take the win light. Sterling Page Dixon, 34 red. Brooke Harper taking the round win, 8:55 on an 8:51. Re-entry folks in the staging lanes, you need to stay with your car. Re-entry folks in the staging lanes, stay with your car. We're trying to help you out and collect re-entry in the lanes. Re-entry folks, stay with your car until your money is collected. An 8:63 takes the win for Kyle Hustaway. Kate Hall runs 8:90 on a breakout run as Allison Lloyd comes up against Jenna Cockrell. Lloyd on a 790, Cockrell on a 790. .783 double break or breakout win light as Allison Lloyd turns a 001 red on a heartbreaker there. Trevor Dalton comes up 12:24. Rachel Wise 790. This is final call for modified re-entry. Final call modified re-entry to the staging lanes. Once again, re-entry drivers, you need to stay with your car in the lanes. We're collecting re-entry in the lanes. You have to stay with your car, re-entry drivers. As we're collecting your re-entry in the lanes, you have to stay with your car. Modified re-entry should be in the lanes. Trevor Dalton goes red. Rachel Wise takes the win. 788, 81 miles an hour to a 12:28 on a red light start. Round number one, a junior rolling along here. I-95 Drag Racing Series is Taylor Dale coming up out of Kinston, North Carolina. 794, and Chris Jones an 890. An 887 for Chris Jones. Red light start for Taylor Dale. As Chad Logan and Lewis Crockett coming up here in Junior Dragster. Logan on a 790, Lewis on 1190. Junior Dragster round number one here on the Thornton Motorsports starting line. I-95 Drag Racing Series here at Richmond Dragway. Top end, Chad Logan, 828 for the win light. Crockett runs a 13 flat on 1190. Sierra Yore coming up out of Suffolk, 795 for Sierra. 1120 to dial for Lane Morgan out of Agner, North Carolina. on the George Mason Mortgage Lane. Final call for modified re-entry. Final call, modified re-entry. To the staging lanes. Final call, modified re-entry to the staging lanes. Top end, 11:24 takes the win light. 8:08 the losing run for Sierra York. Next pair coming up, Ashley Pomfrey out of Waldorf, Maryland on a 792. Cole Harlow out of Ruther Glen, a 793. Winding down their junior dragsters here in round number 1. The I-95 Drag Racing Series. Ashley Pomfrey, red light start. Cole Harlow runs 786 for the win light. Pomfrey runs a 792 that she dialed, but is a candidate for re-entry. As Austin Hughes comes up, Ransom, West Virginia, on a 797, and Austin Rivenbark out of Dover, North Carolina on an 835. A red light start for Austin Hughes. Rivenbark runs a 834 on a breakout for the win. As Jacob Matera and Dalton Hayes coming up. Couple 790s here on Junior Dragster. So the next pair of juniors, Dalton Hayes, Jacob Matera, a couple 790s up on the board. Modified ET should be in the lanes for re-entry. Modified re-entry should be in the lanes. Modified re-entry should be in the lanes. Red light start for Dalton, win lights on for Jacob, top end 787 to an 841. LJ coming up, George Mason Mortgage side. 12:21, the dial in, taking on the Messer team. Kimberly Messer, 790. LJ, a 12:21. Winding down their junior dragster round number 1. Getting ready for Modified's re-entry round coming up in just a moment. I-95 Drag Racing Series here at Richmond Dragway. Saturday afternoon. Heading down to the top end. Win length for Messer, 792 on a 790. LJ runs 1216 on a 1221. A.J. Jenkins out of Mechanicsville, Maryland. And Tyler Colbert out of Mechanicsville, Virginia. 790 to a 794. Red light start for A.J. Jenkins. Tyler Colbert winning the round here. The Colbert Plumbing Junior runs 791 to a 788. And your final pair of junior dragster for round number 1 coming up here. $11.95 the dial over there for Ryan Light out of Moyock, North Carolina. And Blake Denton, Lillington, North Carolina, $7.92 for the Capital Marble. Total bath remodeling entry here on the Pertex side of the racetrack.
The 1987 Chevrolet S10 out of Mechanicsville, Virginia, dials at 612. That is Wendell Wilson. Takes on Eric Amon from Clinton, North Carolina, driving the Ronnie Roberts Chevrolet Camaro. This is the Triple R entry out of Benson. 602 the dial-in for Amon. 612 the dial-in for Wilson. .621 on a 612 going to be Wendell Wilson. Eric Amon having something going astray on the 72 Camaro. That's probably going to do it for the Ronnie Roberts car in that hot rod for the weekend. Robbie Crenshaw and Chris Dixon. Robbie Crenshaw put both of his entries into round number 2 in this 2005 Jaguar. Totally digging it. Dialed 920. Chris Dixon running both top and bottom, a Roxborough track champion in the 67 Chevy 2 dial 694. Crenshaw v. Dixon. $6.99 and a $6.94. Crenshaw missed the tree. Chris Dixon took well advantage of it, and he will get to round number 3. Tim Betterton, Nicole Talbert, your next pair of cars. 67 Novas dialed 621. Betterton will have to wait as Talbert dialed 693, and the S10 will leave first. Talbert out in front, Betterton closing in. Can't do it. 697 and a 693 gives Talbert the finish line by 6/10,000ths of a second. Scott Macy in the water waiting on his opponent to make the turn. Should be Thornton in the Camaro. We're in round number 2 of Footbrake action. $5,000 on the line here today at Richmond Dragway. As you have, Scott Macy out of Randleman, North Carolina, will be taking on Carlton Thornton. Thornton dialed 671, Macy dialed 657. Pre-staged up, staged up, we're ready to go. Thornton out in front and getting the win light. He's 29, taking 000 finish line on Scott Macy. Macy is 658 with a 9 on a 657 and out. Next up, the Mustang in the left-hand lane of Kevin Dudley, dial 643. He'll be leaving 3/4 of a second or so ahead of Bobby Matera. The Calvert Kettle Corn Opal out of Waldorf, Maryland. .009 to an 017. Dudley with the reaction time advantage, but not the win. 17-1 over gives Matera the victory by 0-0-1. What a close race. Again, Bobby Matera, the Calvert Kettle Corn Opal, your winner. The Beefy Boys entry of Daryl Holmes will take on the 72 Chevelle of Jamie Holston. 644 to a 643, marginal at best at the tree. You won't even see the difference in the human eye. Side by side. 644 on a 643. 000 finish line. Give the win over to Jamie Holston. That was a tough one. Daryl Holmes thinking, ouch. Next up, Tricia Clary, the 84 Camaro. Seth Phillips, the CUDA. Phillips in the bracket, racecentral.com. Clary and the GetFast1.com ride. Clary with a great reaction time. She's out in front and goes dead on 7 to take out Seth Phillips. Tricia's fan base pretty excited about that win. Phillips dead on with an 8 was not good enough. 68 Chevelle of Jerry Tarr, dialed 579. The Love Truck of Kevin Pollard, dialed 554. You know you mean business when your Love Truck has a parachute. Pollard, your winner, 005 and 2 over, 556 and a 554. Jerry Tarr goes red. Clark Wilson, 717, the dial in the S10 in the left lane. Smokey Ellis, 610, the dial in the right lane. Smokey Ellis is ready to roll 009 and headed for a 610. Gets the win with a 613. Oh no! We got a big accident at the top side. It's Smokey Ellis having trouble. I think he got into the guardrail, ladies and gentlemen. Something let go on that truck. Yeah, he made a good pass, and then I think it let go. We're swinging down to the big end. We're praying that everything is A-okay. Smokey Ellis got the win, but he got into the guardrail. All we can see is smoke here from the top side, folks. Everybody's rolling. We'll let you know what we know here as soon as we find out, folks. So Clark's over to the wall and looks to be okay. Smokey Ellis is the one that had some trouble. We're going to find out what the status is. We will give you an update on Smokey as soon as we have it. All right, from here we can tell it looks like the truck is still upright. All righty. So folks, we're going to be down for a little bit. Drivers that are in the stagey lane area, go ahead and get out of your car. We will be down for a while, so drivers, go ahead and get out of your car. Those of you just tuning in, Smokey Ellis was 613 on a 610 dial, and then it looked like something let go on the motor after he went through the finish line and through the shutdown area. David Tanner, Sanders, Woolfolk coming up now. Tanner, 698 the dial-in. Woolfolk, 627 in the right time race and entry. This is a 74 Comet. Tanner, 10 at the tree and out in front. That's an eighth mile burnout and still going. That's they don't see that every day. 699 on a 698. David Tanner, your winner. Final call for our top ET door car winners back to the lanes. Final call for our top ET door car winners back to the lanes. Final call for top ET door car winners. Top ET door cars, you should be with us in the lanes for round number 2. All of our top ET door cars, you should be with us in the lanes for round number 2. So we had trouble there, and the burnout sent our driver all the way through the shutdown. But he is shut off and to the side. We'll get the scoop and be back underway here momentarily. Concession stands remain open. We continue to sell VP race fuels. And we're broadcasting live all night long on 88.3 FM dial. So tune in if you want to hear your category calls or know who wins or loses or where we are in the event. So this is second round of eliminations in top ET. We're in the door car half of the field. Top ET door car half of our second round. All clear at the big end. We're going to be good to go. $10,000 on the line tonight in top eliminator, top ET, round number 2. Red Going's going to get the bye run, competition single, I should say. Red Going's going to get a competition single in the Hawk entry. Dana Red going 633 on the 631 as the competition single affords him a free run. The bye run in round number 3 of Footbrake looks like it's going to go to Paul Rutherford. 1180X, Paul Rutherford. Phil Rutherford. I'm sorry, Phil Rutherford. 1180X, Phil Rutherford. This pair has Barry Teachy out and ahead of David Sandridge. Teachy, your winner, 22 green and a 649 on a 648 dial-in. Marty Dabney dialed 494 in the Vega. Ray Holmes dialed 578 in the Corvette. Identical reaction times. Dabney v. Holmes. Top side, is it going to be the Vega? It is 495 and a 494 dial. One above Marty Dabney, your winner. Remember, drivers, we need your dial-ins to be clean, clear, and large, specifically on your windshield and your passenger window. Clean, clear, and large on your dial-ins. It's hard to see them here at dusk. So make sure your dial-ins are clean, clear, and large. Make sure your shoe polish is working well. Clean, clear, and large on your dial-ins, please. Matthew Edwards dialed 634. He'll be leaving first in the 68 Camaro as Jason Overstreet, tower side of the racetrack in the 70 Vega. The loose change ride looks for 609. Overstreet, 001 in the Vega. Takes 22 thou stripe and gets the win. 611 on a 609. Jason Overstreet will advance to round 3. Jesse Betterton, 546 in the pickup. Sean Carpenter, 593 in the Camaro. $594, 009 at the tree. Sean Carpenter, your winner. Plotzik in the 55 pickup trucks dialed 608. Chad Duke in the Wilmington-based 68 Camaros dialed 583. Wheels up for Chad Duke and a win light. Plotzik goes red. 584 and a 583. Chad Duke, your winner. Andy Plotzik dialed 673 in the Jeep. Delton Harefield, the 66 Chevelle dialed 561. Trip zips in the Chevelle. But a 677 is good enough for Andy Plotzik to get the win on a 673 dial. Trip zips and out for Delton Harefield. Jerry Akers dialed 544. Keith Jones Sr. dialed 6 flat. Akers in the 69 Nova out of Mechanicsville, Virginia. 6 flat the dial-in for Jones Sr. That's an 88 Camaro. Akers is 12 at the tree, getting the win. 546 and a 544. 565 the dial in for Kerry Curling in the 72 Duster out of Chesapeake. 575 the dial for Joshua Bess. $17 for Bess, $34 for Curling. Oh no. 566 and a 565. Kerry Curling, your winner. Mike Coons in the S10 extended cab truck out of Warrenton, Virginia, dialed 471. One of the cooler, faster door cars on the grounds. Takes on Dink Holmes in the Camaro, dialed 588. Triple 01 red for Dink. Coons, your winner. 470 with a 2 on a 471 out by 008. Jesse Lockhart, 641. Davis Adkins, 567. The S10 truck going to leave first. Jesse Lockhart, your winner. Adkins, 8 thou red. 647, 0 to 105. Jesse Lockhart, your winner. Matt Rick. $566 and a $565. James Kraft, your winner. Tyler Bell, the 65 Mustang, down 6 1/4. He'll be coming up down 604. If you are double entered in a dragster and top ET, double entered in a dragster and top ET. $606 and a $604. Ed Talbert, J.R. Wingfield, J.R. Wingfield, tower side of the racetrack with a big advantage and a dead-on win. 006, dead-on 4 for a 10-pack. J.R. Wingfield getting it over Ed Talbert. Double-entered dragsters in top ET. If you're a winning dragster that is double entered, we need you back for round 2. You need to be at the lanes right now. Any double entered dragsters, you should be in the lanes right now. So double entered dragsters, we need you at the head of the pack. Double entered dragsters for round 2 of top ET to the lanes. Barrett McFadden, 681. Red lights it away. Eric Brady gets the wind out, 564. The Mustang will find a dead on with a 4. Eric Bradby coming back. R. Grant dialed in at a 537. Ronnie Jeter dialed 590. Jeter in the Corvette. Jeter 002 red. Grant, your winner goes dead on 537 on a 537, 127.26 miles an hour that time. We need double entered dragsters and top ET to the lanes. Double entered dragsters, top ET. If you're in still twice, we need you to the head of lanes. Any dragsters that are still in 2 times, any double entered dragsters, we need you in the staging lanes right now. Wayne Sandridge dialed in at a 638. That's a 1985 Monte Carlo SS. Leon Wiggins on a Norfolk, Virginia in the 89 Mustangs dialed 640. Side by side, these two will be. Wiggins with the leave in the wind light, 642 on a 640, taking 009. Here's an epic battle. Beard dialed 654. Parrish dialed 630. Michael Beard, 3-time IHRA world champion. Jeff Parrish, a world champ in his own right. 2 of the toughest bracket racers, 1 on the bottom, 1 on the top. Beard 22 on the bottom, Parrish 23 on the top. Topside charge, it's going to be Michael Beard dead on 2. 654 and a 654. Michael Beard gets by Jeff Parrish. .604 is the dial in tower side of the racetrack for Brian Edwards out of Windsor, Virginia. This is a 1968 Camaro. Scott Moore of that gorgeous 2008 Mustangs dialed 480. A top sportsman car just tearing it up, going rounds. Wins it this time. The Mustang on the 480 goes out by 008. 479.2 on a 480 dial. Brian Edwards, 7th hour red, gives it over to the Mustang for the win. The 02 Camaro of Brian Pryor, another very fast door car, dialed 487, takes on Eric Amon. Clinton, North Carolina-based Ronnie Roberts, 77 Nova, dialed 554. Eric Amon gets the win light as Pryor goes red. Amon, one of the best in the business, goes dead on with a 3 for the victory. Ronnie Roberts will be back round 3. George Hoff, 66 Fairlane, dialed 772. He'll be well out in front of Rodney Edwards. Edwards dialed 581. 006 to a 004. This win's going to go to the right-hand lane. Rodney Edwards, 582 on a 581 dial. A pair of 00 bulbs. Good pass for George Hoff. Just a very good pass for his opponent, Rodney Edwards. All double-entered dragsters for round number 2. You should be in the lanes. Double-entered dragsters for round number 2. You should be in the lanes. Patrick Cassidy and Bruce Hairston. Patrick Cassidy, that's a 1972 Mach 1, dialed into the 680. Hairston and the Vega dialed 605. The Warbuck Racing entries. Halfway along round number 2, we're in the door car portion of the category. We have called top ET dragsters. 681 and a 680, getting 1/1000 finish line is Patrick Cassidy for the victory. Gerald Gammon and Al Burkett. 593 the dial in for the Camaro in the left-hand lane. 564 the dial in, tower side of the racetrack for the Stanston Virginian. Al Burkett gets the win as his opponent's red. 564 dead on 4 for Al Burkett. Sanders, Wolfhook, and Philip Bullock. Wolfhook dialed 628. Believe it or not, that's harder to say than one would think. Wolfhook. 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 Bullock. 602. Identical 19 reaction times. 630 and a 628, taking trip, zip, finish line. Going to be Sanders, Wolfhook, the winner, and the 74 Comet. Sean Carpenter and Kent Sessoms. 593 dead on 0. Sean Carpenter taking 007 a stripe to get the win over Kent Sessoms. Sessoms dead on 4. David Sandridge, Kevin Pollard. Pollard dialed 556 in the Love Truck. Sandridge dialed 587 in the Camaro. .587 dead on 6. Sandridge your winner. 557, 1 over Pollard for the loss. Marty Dabney dialed 494 in the Vega. Bobby Ely dialed 588. Two tough runs right here. Fixing to see a battle. I was able to give away a bag of kettle corn to a young man that came in here that was under the age of 4, so I wouldn't eat it. I considered that a victory. That's a win for me. We need the balance of our top ET dragsters to the lanes. Balance of our top ET dragsters to the lanes. Dabney versus Ely. Dabney with a big, big starting line advantage, and he uses it to get the win. 496 with a 0 on a 494 will send Marty Dabney to round 3. Top ET dragsters, all top ET dragsters that are still in second round, we need you to the lanes. Top ET dragsters that are still in second round, we need you to the lanes, please. Got the Eastern Carolina University Pirate-esque 67 Nova of Mason Merritt. I doubt that that was the motivation for that paint scheme, but it's still really gorgeous. Dan Osborne, 63 Corvette, 527. Merritt, 482. Giddy up, Cowboy. Trip zips for Osborne. Wow. 000 reaction time, 528 on a 527. Going to give Dan Osborne the win and potentially a shot at the bye run in round 3. Dan Hicks, Ronnie Horwath. See, Ronnie got the memo about clean, clear, and large numbers. Beautiful 2 thumbs up to the blue Camaro out of Bunker Hill, West Virginia. Ronnie's probably happily married. He takes instructions like the rest of us well. Good man, good man. And it pays off. He's 000 and getting a win. Ronnie Horvath, 000, 66 and a 62. Jason Overstreet in the loose change entry dialed 607. Shannon Edmonds dialed 662. Edmonds 16 green and getting the win. Overstreet goes red. 660 out the back door. Needed that time run 104.5 mile an hour for Edmonds. Cleveland Bay, $5.99 the dial-in in the Opal. Jeremy Hoy, 2010 GXP, just $463, that's all. Just standard old bracket car running $463. Maybe gonna throw the shootout, you never know. When you gotta hang the laundry to 10 grand, or you know you're one of the faster cars in the class. $466 on a 463 gives the win to Jeremy Hoy as Cleveland Bay is 003 but breaks out taking the finish line. Shane Capes. Or Caps. Shane Caps. Pickup truck, the 1985 GMC down 701. The Beulahville, North Carolina Mustang of Barry Teachy II, dialed 649. Half a second of separation. Truck having all kinds of issues at the tree. 648.2 going to be Barry Teachy, your winner. Will Holloman. We're talking about if you eat a whole bunch of Calvert kettle corn, you really should wash it down with a sweet tea. It's all about balance in life, folks. It's all about balance. Will Holloman, Bruce Hensley. Our conversations are very deep up here. 480 to a 448. 482 and a 480 going to give Holloman the win by 001. Come on, Will, you could have tightened that up a little bit more, taking 001 a stripe. Tim Thomas and Ken Batchelor, your next pair of diggers. Thomas out of Lumberton, Batchelor out of Leland. 487 is Thomas's dial-in, Batchelor dialed 469. Kevin, Ken Batchelor, trip zips, and a win light, taking 006 a finish line. Ken Batchelor goes 000 in his American Dragster, 470 and a 469. 006 a stripe over Tim Thomas. John Corbin, 449 the dial-in in the 2013 Race Tech. Wesley Washington, tower side of drag strip, 475. Final call on our top ET dragsters. Final call for anyone left in top ET, in fact. Top ET, if you're out there, you should be in the stage lanes. This is your final call for round 2. Top ET, final call. Wesley Washington dialed 475. He's in the Super Bowl / World Series of drag racing, sponsored dragster. The No Limit Motorsports. 002 and 3 up. John Corbin, your winner. Wesley Washington breaks out by 006, taking 0059 a finish line. Rick Hustwaite, he's dialed 475. Robbie Stewart, 539, and the Outlaw Altered out of Coates, North Carolina. Stewart, 12. And breaking out by 004, 11 green and 2 over. Your win will go to Rick Hustwaite, 477.0 on a 475 dial. We have made a final call for top ET. Final call for top ET. Anyone that is remaining in top ET round 2, you should be in the staging lanes now. Headlights on for the 2 dragsters coming up to the tree. Pre-staging, can't even see the numbers yet, but Bam Bam Collins dialed 471, Dalton Pearsall dialed 484. Pearsall in the Total Look Dragster. Collins in the Undercover Motorsports entry. Dalton Pearsall, your winner. He's 484, dead on with a 1. 15 green at the tree. Bam Bam Collins was 23 and 1 over. Jerry Brewer, he's dialed in at a 464. Kenny Snyder, 450. This is the Kenny's Automart.net Dragster, tower side of the racetrack. Pre-stage, got a dueling battle. Dead on with a 5, 464. Going to be Jerry Brewer, your winner. Uses a 26 green reaction time to get the win. Gabe Taylor, Gordon Holmes. .489 with a 2 on a 487, going to be Gordon Holmes. We need junior dragsters to round number 2. Junior dragsters to the lanes for round number 2. Doubles up front if you're in. If there's any doubles left, we need you to the front of the lane. So junior dragsters that are doubled up, we need you to the head of the lanes. Junior dragsters that are doubled up, we need you to the head of the lanes. Everybody else fall in behind. Junior dragsters that are doubled up to the front of the lanes. That'll be a standing order. Any junior dragsters that are doubled up to the head of the lanes. Don Rudd, Ethan Watson. Rudd in an 04 Mullis car. Dialed 479. Watson, the 2008 dragster, dialed 446. Watson Lipton goes 447 and a 446 for the win. Final call on top ET for second round. Final call on top ET for second round. Final call, top ET cars for second round. Final call. Junior dragsters, you have been called for round 2. We do need any double entrants to the head of the lanes. Anyone that is double entered, we need you to the head of the lanes. Anyone that is double entered, please remember, we need you to the head of the lanes when your category is called. Right now, junior dragster doubles to the front. The balance of junior dragsters for round 2 fall in. Steve Withrow with the starting line advantage and the win over Kenny Young. Withrow goes 20 green and 3 up, taking 13th thou finish line. Jesse Betterton in the pickup truck dialed 545. Kelly Fenn Taylor dialed 469. Dragster 005 threads the needle, goes 472 on a 469, taking 017 to finish line. Going to be Taylor and the dragster. Robert Demerly, 531 the dial-in. Steve Morgret, 501 the prediction. Demerly, your winner. Morgret goes red by 15. 533 and a 531. The dragster in the left-hand lane going to advance to round number 3. Jack Trussell dialed 453. Ray Holmes dialed 580. .580 the dial-in for Holmes and the Corvette. 450 with a 3 the dial-in for Trussell and the dragster. Van out in front, 007. Can he fend off the digger? No. Breaks out, taking a stripe. 454 and a 453. Trussell gets the win. Chris Sapelka out of Ranson, West Virginia, dials 490. Eric Whitehurst out of Edenton, North Carolina. 475 the prediction for Whitehurst. Oh my, a pair of trip zip side by side. Woo! 000 dead on 2. Chris Sapelka, Eric Whitehurst 000 2 up. What a good race. Wow. How do you like me now? Welcome to Richmond Dragway, home of the trip zip dead on run. Woo-hoo-hoo. That's what big money racing's all about. You come back to the trailer, you're like, I had a 20-pack, I was in the way. Because my man's 000 dead on 2. I am so glad I am announcing this one and not driving today. Nobody's playing out there, son. It's serious. Jacob Otto, 466. Lee Dixon, 453. You think it's tough now? This is second round. Wait till we get to some serious money. 7 and 8, 9. They're going to tighten it up. That's when it gets, that's when the stuff gets real, as they like to say. $20 dead on 9 is not good enough. 28 dead on 0 is what it takes at a 000 finish line. Jacob Otto threading the needle to get past Lee Dixon. Can you slip paper in between that? Because that's a tight one. I know it's less than an inch. Michael Beard's in a tower. He can do some kind of voodoo algebraic calculation at those mile an hours to tell us what it is. He used to rattle that stuff off. Maybe nobody was fact checking him, but who knows? Brian Mullison, Andy Lloyd. How about Andy Lloyd, 006 and out by 8 thou for the loss. Mullison, 16 green and 1 over for the win. Some tough drag racing right here. Red light start in the left-hand lane. Chad Traylor going to get the win. He's 447 and runs dead on with a 1. Chad Traylor with a 12-pack. You can carry that one-handed. Chad Traylor. Eden Lucard, $4.99. JT Johnson, out $5.34. JT 003, 1 over for the win. Lucard 6 thou red and out. 003, 535 with a 5 at 127 miles an hour will send JT Johnson around 3. Kenny Melton and Tony Meltvit, the next pair of cars coming up. You got a dragster, the 07 Mullis out of Sandston, Virginia, dialed 463. The 23 Aldred out of Concord, North Carolina, home of motorsports, dialed 494. The Start Financial Advisors Incorporated, centered steer ride, 004 for Meltvit, but 008 and 2 over, taking 006 a stripe. Melton, your winner, with a 465.0 on a 463 dial. I'll figure this out like my first rodeo. All right, Michael Jackson and the FTI dragster coming up now. Jackson style 472 on this hit. Robert Vogler dialed 450. Jackson out of Newton Grove, North Carolina. Vogler out of Louisville, Virginia. Pair of race techs side by side. Jackson's 18, Vogler's 007. And dead on with a 0, 7 thousandths package. Woo! Michael Jackson's 18, dead on 1 and in the way. 007, dead on 0. Robert Vogler, the third, getting the win. Christy Messer out of Four Oaks, North Carolina. Driving her 2013 Horton Dragster, Smithfield Chicken and Barbecue on board. It's a graduate of our junior dragster ranks. Takes on Dink Holmes, who also, if I'm not mistaken, was a junior driver. So a pair of young guns. Holmes dialed 585 in a Camaro. .588 and a .585. The door slammer gets the win. Dragster breaks out. Tim Thomas, Bruce Hensley. The Race Tech Dragster out of Lumberton dialed 478. The Cressman Ride out of Unionville, Virginia dialed 448. 0.3 of a second separation going to give Tim Thomas a jump at the tree. .477 with a 5 on the double breakout, going to give Tim Thomas the win. Again, Tim Thomas on the double breakout gets the win. Closer to the dial. Here we go. Chad Duke's car being wing-wheeled, being driven by Will Holloman. 482 the dial-in, Dwayne Allen, 478 the prediction. Woo! 005 for Dwayne Allen. And a win light, 479 and a 478. Dwayne Allen sends Will Holloman back to the tree. We're almost to the end of the category. If you're in top ET, we need you. We're short a couple of you, but we're almost down to the very end. Anyone in top ET, if your car is still entered, you need to be to the lanes like now. Or, you know, 2 minutes, 3 minutes ago would have been cool too. We need anyone that is left in top ET. We need you to the lanes. Anyone that is left in competition for round 2 of top ET, we need you to the stage and lanes. Tim Thomas, Ken Batchelor. 481 the dial-in for Thomas. 456 the dial-in for Batchelor. Batchelor's 006 at the tree, and it is not good enough. Dead on with a 5, taking 1/1000th of finish line. Tim Thomas is your winner. Jerry Brewer dialed 464, 0.2 of a second ahead of Dalton Pearsall and the Total Look LaGrange-based Mullis Dragster dialed 484. Dalton simply staring over at Brewer. Probably going to be Dalton Pearsall. He's 14 at the tree, taking 10th out of finish line, 485 and a 484. Pearsall, your winner. So junior dragsters, you should be in the stage lanes. Junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes. Any of the double entry juniors, you should be up front. If you're not here in Top ET, I'm afraid to tell you we've got to go without you. Top ET, if you're not with us and it's only second round drivers, you need to be here. We're just going to have to close the round with or without you. For round number 3 of modified, round number 3 of Footbrake, Phil Rutherford 1180X. Phil Rutherford 1180X. You're on the bye run. Modified Footbrake round number 3. Modified Footbrake round number 3. Phil Rutherford 1180X. You're on the bye. We need any of the double entered footbreakers to the lanes now. Double entered footbreakers to lane number 3 and 4, please. Lanes 3 and 4. 3 and 4. We need lanes 3 and 4 filled up with double entered Footbrake modified cars. So if you're in Footbrake and you're still double entered, it's round 3. We need you to the head of the lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Bam Bam out in front of John Corbin and getting the win. He's 17 at the tree, 1 over. Corbin breaks out, taking the stripe. Footbrake double entries to 3 and 4. Footbrake double entries to 3 and 4. Phil Rutherford on the bye run. 1180X. Phil Rutherford on the bye run. Wesley Washington gets the bye run. That should conclude round number 2 of Top ET. Juniors coming out next. Blake Denton on the bye run. Juniors coming out next. Blake Denton on a bye run. Foot brake double entrance. Anyone that is double entered in foot brake for round number 3, we need you to the lanes. Round number 3, foot breakers, we need you to the lanes. If you are double entered, head to the lanes, double enters. We should have Justin Blythe taking on Tyler Colbert. Colbert styled 795 this hit. Blythe styled 791. Tyler Colbert with a big leave and a wind light, 796.9 on a 795. Tower Lane get the win. We need all of our double entered foot brake cars in 3 and 4. If you are still in foot brake and you are double entered, you should be at the head of lanes 3 and 4 right now. Foot brake modified, double entries, you should be at 3 and 4 right now. Brooke Harper out of Bridgewater, Virginia is dialed 854. Harper will take on Austin Rivenbark out of Dover, North Carolina. Rivenbark in the Pipes Plus entry. Left lane gets the win, 865 and an 854. That's Brooke Harper over Austin Rivenbark. Cameron Gibson dials 799 as Chris Jones comes up, about 890. CX02 Sapelka. CX02 Sapelka with the trip zip reaction time. And top ET will get the bye run in the next round. Sapelka, CX02. Red light start for Chris Jones. Cameron Gibson gets the win, 799, dead on with a 1. Final call for double entries and modified foot brake. Final call for anyone that is double entered and modified foot brake. Again, final call, modified foot brake, double entries. We need the balance of modified round number 3. Foot brake round number 3 to the lanes. Foot brake round number 3. Jane Morgan can't hold off Jenna Cockrell. Jenna 793 on a 790 for the win. We're up here trying to figure out how to describe how tasty the caramel apple popcorn that Calvert Kettle Corn makes. I think we've landed on stupid good. It's so good it's virtually an ignorant situation for us because we can't sit it down. Hey, the boss is eating it off the floor. That's sending a message. Don't you dare drop that kettle corn. That is kettle corn abuse. A.J. Jenkins. Listen to this. Poor A.J. Jenkins goes red. Rachel looks like she's broke, gets the win. We'll go get Rachel Wise. She broke the beam, so technically she's good to go. Have to back her up. Don't worry, we have faith in her pit crew to get her dialed back in for round number 3. Got a full moon horizon, ladies and gentlemen. We had a Chamber of Commerce kind of sunshine day today. Now you can admire the beautiful full moon. Working to back up Rachel Wise, get her car off the drag strip. But Rachel will be your winner as A.J. Jenkins goes red at the tree. We're in round number 2 of junior dragster action. Round number 2 of junior dragster action brought to you in part by Thornton Motorsports at the I-95 Championship Dragster Series, Championship Bracket Series. This is our 3rd race weekend of a 4-weekend program. Richmond Dragway, day number 1, as the junior dragsters continue to determine who will go to round number 3. David Light and Jacob Matera. 793 to a 790 dial. David Light should be leaving first. Light out of Wauchase, North Carolina. Matera out of Mechanicsville, Maryland. Matera red lights it away. David Light, your winner, goes 796 with a 0 on a 793 dial. Heads up dial 790 for Chad Logan and Kimberly Messer. Logan with the advantage at the tree and the win. A pair of 793s. 26 to a 45 light. Chad Logan with the advantage at the starting line and the W at the finish line. Still a really good run for Kimberly Messer though. 45 at the tree and 3 over. Allison Lloyd dialed 790. Kyle Hustwhite dialed 862. Very close at the starting line. Who will get it? Big in win's going to go to 794 and a 790 by 009. Allison Lloyd gets there first. Round three, Footbrake should be loaded in lanes. Round 3 of Footbrake. Round number 3 of Footbrake, you should be loaded in the stage and lanes. On the bye run, Phil Rutherford, 1180X. Cora Wilson, 853 is the dial. She goes red. Sierra Yuri, your winner, dialed 798. Runs it out, 795 with a 3. Dalton Hayes dialed 791. He'll have to wait as Connor Shields is leaving first, dialed 926. Shields 926, Hayes 791. Shields goes red. Dalton Hayes gets the win, dialed the 91, will produce a topside charge. Dead on with a 2, 791 on a 791.
Ryan Lakey coming up, Moyock, North Carolina. 1193 the dial. Over on the George Mason Mortgage side of the racetrack, lined up with Kenneth Turner. 1193 here on the Pertec lane. That's a heads-up run in Junior Dragster heading out to the top end. Turner turning the wind light on, had the better reaction time. And Turner moves to round number 3 of Junior Dragster. We need modifieds, back to the staging lanes, modifieds. Modified winners, back to the lanes. Jordan Dittman rolling up out of Dinwiddie. Here on the Pertec lane, watches Austin Hughes turn it red over there. Ransom, West Virginia entry out of here in round number 2 as Dittman runs 794, 81 miles an hour. 796 for Austin on a red light. Next pair coming up, Cole Harlow going to take on Nathan Tanner here in Junior Dragster. Got Phil Rutherford on the bye run coming up here in modified round number 3. In top ET round number 3, we had 4 000 reaction times. Chris Sapelka won the best package of the 4. And CX02 on the bye run in top ET for round number 3. The Joker coming up on an 893. Harlow on a 790. This is Junior Dragster round number 2. The I-95 Drag Racing Series. We close in on 8:30 p.m. on a Saturday night here at the Strip. We start chopping them down here, round by round, having the field with about 34 or 35 cars left in modified. Just under 60 left in top, and after this round we should be down to the final 15 or so, I believe, in Junior Dragsters. Harlow bumps in, stages up. Here comes Tanner. Tanner away, green light. Harlow chases, green light. Couple of Richmond Dragway Junior regulars. Top end, wind light's going to go over to Harlow's way. 792 on a 790, beats an 896 on an 893. Cole Harlow goes to round number 3. Next pair coming up, Sterling Page Dixon going to take on Tyler Colbert. Colbert's Plumbing Junior Dragster 795 the dial. Sterling Page on an 809. Sterling Page comes in, turns the stage light on. Here comes Tyler Colbert bumping in. Oh, so gingerly here on the Pertec side. They're away. Green light starts. The Junior Dragsters march out to the top end. It's going to be Sterling Page. 817 for the win light, 793 on a breakout run for Tyler. And here is your final Junior Dragster of the round, Blake Denton, finally getting to use a bye run here. He sat on it in first round and won the round, and then had the best reaction time and actually gets to use it here in round number 2. Last junior here on the Thornton Motorsports starting line. It is the I-95 series, round number 2 coming to a close. Heading off into third round of modified. Modified, you should be in the lanes. Modified drivers, you should be in the lanes. Round number 3 of modified coming up. Modified drivers, you should be in the lanes. Round number 3 coming up. Denton rolls off 24, bulb top end, marches to the stripe, goes 796. Double door cars, top ET, double door cars, 1 and 2. Top ET, double door cars, 1 and 2. Move into modified ET here. We need top ET, door cars that are doubled. Top ET, door cars that are doubled, 1 and 2. Top ET, door cars that are doubled. Top ET, door cars that are doubled, lanes 1 and 2. Top door cars that are doubled, lanes 1 and 2. Double door cars, 1 and 2 in top ET. Move modified round number 3. Pull it in the box. The I-95 Drag Racing Series here at Richmond Dragway is numbers head up on the board. Wendell Wilson, the Wilson Mechanical S10 truck on a 611, and Bobby Matera from Waldorf, Maryland, to Calvert Kettle Corn Opel on a 575. It says modified ET, round number 3 of racing on Saturday night at Richmond Dragway. We need door cars, top ET, doubled door cars. Top ET, doubled door cars. Top ET, doubled door cars. Need you to the lanes. First run out, Wilson took the win on a red light start from Matera. Here's Robbie Crenshaw, John Combs. Combs in the Buick out of North Carolina. Crenshaw in the Jaguar out of Chesterfield. Combs, 1 over for the win. The Jag goes 918 on a 925, out by 6+ on the George Mason Mortgage side. As the next pair coming up, Darrell Holmes, Bealton, Virginia, the Buick on a 645. Michael Beard out of Columbus, Ohio, dials in the Valari at a 653. Top ET, door cars that are doubled. Top ET, door cars that are doubled. This is the final round of separating top ET. So top ET, door cars that are doubled. Door cars that are doubled. Lanes 1 and 2. Top ET, door cars that are doubled, 1 and 2. Valori off. Here comes the Buick chasing. Top end, it's the Valori. 53 dead on 5, beats a 45 dead on 9, 76 10,000ths margin of victory to Michael. It's the next pair coming up. Jeff Littlepage, the Chevelle for the Exterminator on a 546. Chris Morin out of Manquin, Virginia, 596 the dial. The bracket race Central Dart here on the Pertec side of the racetrack. We are in modified ET. Round number 3. We need top ET door cars. Top ET door cars. Top ET door cars. Needs you to the staging lanes. Top ET door cars to the lanes. Chris Sapelka on the bye run in top. Littlepage breaks it out. Chris Morin goes 1 over and the winner. Littlepage runs 43 on a 46. Adam Vanderslice, 646. Nicole Talbert, the S10 truck, a 693. Heading out to the top end, it's going to be Talbert, 694. One over for the win, 647. One over on the loss for Vanderslice. Next pair coming up, Withrow. Bring in the Vega. George Mason Mortgage side, 677 to dial in, taking on Tricia Clary, the Get Fast One team here on the Pertex side of the racetrack. Tricia spent some time today entertaining her to-be in-laws, their first time at the drag strip. She's taking on a tough customer here in Withrow, and top end, it's going to be Withrow. 10th over for the win. Tricia was late off the line, runs 7:08 on the 7:04. So the next pair coming up, Scott Macy. Scott Macy, Randleman, North Carolina's Coronet, 657. Bobby York in the CUDA, 619. This is one beautiful Coronet. Where's John Van Harn when you need him? You'd love to see this Coronet hustle off the starting line. Look at that, baby. Bobby York's chasing in the CUDA, the battle of the Mopars. Head out to the top end, and it's Scott Macy in control start to finish. 664 takes the win, and the 618 is the breakout as Alan Thatcher bringing up his Chevy Camaro from Manassas, a 752. Chris Dixon out of Roxborough, North Carolina, the Little Deuce on a 697. Top ET, the rest of the door cars. Top ET, the rest of the door cars. Need you to 1 and 2. Top ET, the rest of the door cars to 1 and 2. Top ET, double door cars, and now Top ET, the rest of the door cars to 1 and 2. Top ET, the rest of the door cars roll into 1 and 2, please. Top ET, rest of the door cars to 1 and 2. Alan Thatcher, 752. Chris Dixon, a 697. The battle of the Chevrolets here on the Thornton Motorsports starting line. Launching off the Thornton Motorsports line, heading out to the top end. It's going to go. Chris Dixon, 97 dead on one, beats a 54 2 over. That's 39-10 foul to Chris Dixon. The next pair coming up, Devin Dudley, the Mustang, lining up here with Darrell Bruner out of Ruther Glen in the Camaro. 609 to a 641. Modified ET, round number 3 here on the Thornton Motorsports starting line. Saturday night at the I-95 Drag Racing Series here at the Strip. It's been a beautiful day and now a beautiful night. Full moon rising down there. Great night for some drag racing action. Everybody's staged up. Launching off the Thornton Motorsports starting line. Top end is going to be Dudley on a double out. 640 on a 1. Beats a 608 on a 9. Dudley's out by 32-10 foul. Moving on. Terry Rucker coming up. Benson, North Carolina. Roger Bridges out of Beaver Dam, Virginia. Rucker on a 643 in the Mustang. Roger on a 608 in the Chevy Nova. Final call for door cars. Top ET door cars. Top ET door cars. Your final call. Top ET door cars. You should be in the lanes. Round number 3. This is the final round of separation for door cars and dragsters. Top ET door cars. You should be in the lanes. Clean and green off the Thornton Motorsports starting line. Top end, it's going to go Rogers way. 609 on a 608. 645 is 2 over, and Roger Bridges goes to round number 4. Steve Alford and JT Taylor coming up. Taylor's Camaro on a 518. Alford out of Angier, North Carolina. The Pinto on a 673. Top ET door cars. You should be in the lanes. 12 red. Alford goes 675 for the win, 519 on a red light start. Top ET doubled dragsters. Top ET doubled dragsters. Need you to the staging lanes. Top ET doubled dragsters. Dragsters that are doubled. And top ET, I need you to the staging lanes, please. Top ET doubled dragsters. Carlton Thornton coming up, 673 the dial in. Barry Eds dials in at a 659. The Chevrolet Malibu and the Chevrolet Camaro here pulling up on the Thornton Motorsports starting line. All the modifieds should be in. And top ET doubled dragsters. Top ET doubled dragsters. You should be rolling towards the lanes. Top ET doubled dragsters. Doubled dragsters and top ET. Roll to the lanes, please. Launching off and heading out to the top end. Win light's going to go. Carlton Thornton, 87 for the win, 663 the losing run for Barry Eds. Renee Duval's Thumper Camaro over there on the 567. Kevin Pollard, 557 for the Love truck here out of Fincastle, Virginia. Top ET doubled dragsters. Top ET doubled dragsters. Top ET doubled dragsters. Need you to the lanes. Top ET doubled dragsters to the lanes. Dragsters that are double entered in top ET to the lanes. Clean and green off the Thornton Motorsports starting line, top end. Pollard over the dial, and a 70 on a 67 gives the win light to Renee Duval by 36-10 foul. Renee gives the win. It's Tony Matera coming up in the Chevy Camaro over there out of Mechanicsville, Maryland. Dials it in at a 663. Seth Phillips a 675. BracketRaceCentral.com. CUDA here on the George Mason Mortgage lane. Top ET double entered dragsters. Top ET double entered dragsters. You should be in the lanes. Top ET double entered dragsters. You should be in the lanes. There are none of you. Top ET double entered dragsters, and I've got 3 of them that I've counted on the sheet. So top ET double entered dragsters. Top ET double entered dragsters. You should be in the lanes. And now to the top end, it's going to go the way of Seth Phillips, 675, dead on 4. Beats a 663, dead on 3. Great little drag race there. Seth Phillips moves to the next round. Chris Morin coming up, 596 for the BRC Dart. And Bobby Matera out of Waldorf, Maryland in the Opel, a 576 dial in. Here is your buy run coming up in modified. Top ET double entered dragsters. Top ET double entered dragsters. Need you to the lanes. First call for the rest of top ET. The remainder of top ET, you can roll to the lanes. Remainder of top ET, roll to the lanes. Matera off. Here comes Morin. The Calvic Kettercorn entry trying to get it in and doesn't. Give it up for some corn power. 576 with an 8 for the win. 599 the losing run for Morin. Here's Phil Rutherford, 620 the dial on the bye run here. Chevrolet Camaro out of Mechanicsville, Virginia. Working it here in Modified ET, round number 3, and taking a freebie to the next round. That finishes the round of Modified as Rutherford coasts out to a 6:19. That's no coasting on a breakout run, 110 miles an hour. Doesn't matter on the bye run as Rutherford marches on. We move into Top ET, round number 3 here. Looks like 59 cars come in. We'll be down to the final 30 here in just a little bit. So Top ET, dragsters and door cars. Dragsters and door cars, Top ET roll in. Here we go. The door cars rolling out in Top ET. This is round number 3. The I-95 Drag Racing Series on Saturday night at Richmond Dragway. Dragsters, 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 come on in. Dragsters, 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 come on in. Marty Dabney coming up out of Troy, Virginia, 493 up on the board. Barry Teachy out of Beulahville, North Carolina, is 647. Teachy is in twice here in round number 3. One, 495 for the win lane, 646 on a breakout run for Teachy. Sanders Wolf are coming up, the right time racing Comet over there. 628, Sean Carpenter, 593. On a 593, Sean Carpenter moving to round number 4. Sanders runs 627 on a 628. Out of here in round number 3. The next pair coming up, Andy Plonzik's Jeep over there, 673. Dial in James Kraft in the Camaro, 566. On the Pertex side of the racetrack. Plotzik on the George Mason Mortgage lane. And Top ET, the dragsters need you to the lanes. Top ET dragsters to the lanes. Top ET dragsters to the lanes. Red light start for Jimmy Kraft. Win lights on for Andy Plotzik. 673. 564 is a breakout run for Kraft. Next pair coming up, Dana Goins and Eric Bradby. Bradby out of Providence Forge in the Mustang, 564. Dana over there out of Red Springs, North Carolina, 631 the dial on the George Mason Mortgage lane. Chris Sapelka on the bye run here in top. Bye run for the next round of junior dragster is Cole Harlow. 131X Cole Harlow, you're on the bye run for the next round of juniors. Bradby goes 64 dead on 1, takes the win light. 31 dead on 7. Is just getting in the way. Behind off the line, and Eric Bradby moving on. Here's Scott Moore, the Chevy-powered Ford Mustang out of Henrico, 479. Chad Trailer out of Providence Forge, a 603 dial here on the Pertex side of the racetrack. Launching off and heading out, top end is going to be Chad Trailer. 604 takes the win light, and a 481 on the red light. Jesse Betterton 546, Rodney Edwards 579. Edwards a little loose here. Betterton in the S10. The top end. The little loose coupe does it. 580 on a 579. Betterton runs 547 on a 546. Next pair coming up, Patrick Cassidy and Junior Wingfield. Cassidy on a 681, Wingfield on a 566. Final call for Top ET. Top ET, you should be in the lanes. Top end, Wingfield 567 to a 682. Wingfield taking the W there. Mike Kunst backing up the S10 truck over there. George Mason Mortgage Lane 470, the dial in. Taking on Dan Osborne 528. Kunst going 001 red. Dan Osborne runs 26 on the 28. Taking the win light at 131 miles an hour. Harry Curlin and Al Burkett coming up. Curling on a 565, Burkett a 564. The Duster and the Chevy Camaro pull up here on the Thornton Motorsports starting line. This is Top ET, round number 3. The I-95 series here at Richmond Dragway. Curling goes 009 red. Al Burkett 563 on the 64 takes the win light. 566 on a red light for Carey. The Wiggins team coming up 639. 607 for Jason Overstreet. Loose change over there. Attention in the pit area. Junior Dragsters lanes 1 and 2. Cole Harlow on the bye run. Junior Dragsters 1 and 2. Cole Harlow on the bye run in juniors. Juniors to the lanes, please. Cole Harlow on the bye run. launching off and marching out to the top end. Overstreet turns it red. Leon Wiggins goes 6:38 for the win, 6:08 the losing run. The S10 truck coming up here. George Mason Mortgage Lane, Jesse Lockhart behind the wheel. Ronnie Horwath here on the Pertex side. He had one of a multitude of perfect reaction times. Wheels up launch here for the Chevy Camaro. Horwath chasing down the pickup and gets the win. 5:62 dead on 7. 6:46 the losing run. 0008 the margin of victory for Horwath. Next pair coming up, one of the fastest door, it is the fastest door car on the property of Jeremy Hoy, Palmyra, Virginia. 4:65, and R. Grant over there at a Chesapeake on a 5:37. Daytona getting chased by the Pontiac, and it's the Daytona taking the win light. A 5:41, 127 miles an hour as Hoy runs a 4:93 on a late reaction time there. If you're hungry, head by the concession stand. Closing in 30 minutes. 30 minutes till we close the concession stand tonight. They will reopen for breakfast in the morning, though. David Sandridge, 587. Dink Holmes, a 585. Heading to the top end. Holmes turns it red. Sandridge runs 86 on an 87. 85 dead on 4. The losing run for Dink. Chad Duke coming up. Taking on Jerry Akers, the Chevy Nova and the Chevy Camaro. Jerry Akers on a 544. Chad Duke a 584. Chad Duke toting the tires there as Jerry chases, top end. Jerry's your winner. 5:45, 1 over for the win. 5:82, a breakout run for Chad Duke. Here's David Tanner and Shannon Edmonds. Edmonds in the Malibu on a 660. Tanner on a 698. Final call here for junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. Juniors to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters. Heading out to the top end. Big Dave Tanner, 7:01, 98 miles an hour. Losing run, 661 at 1:04. Michael Beard out of Columbus, Ohio. Eric Amon out of Clinton, North Carolina. Winding down the door car side of top ET. Dragsters, you should be in the lanes, and junior dragsters, you should be rolling to the lanes. Chris Sapelka on the bye run in top. Michael Beard, trip zip red. The Nova for the Ronnie Roberts team goes 5:51 on a breakout for the win, 6:52 on a red light. Dwayne Allen's, it's actually Hustaway on a 475. Steve Witherow, 473. Top ET dragsters coming up here. Round number 3 of top ET. We need junior dragsters. Junior dragsters back to 1 and 2. Junior dragsters. Junior dragsters back to 1 and 2. Turner, junior dragster Turner, needs you to the staging lanes. Junior dragster Turner to the staging lanes. Top ET, Witherow, 474 on a 473 for the win light. Hustaway goes 77, 3 over on the loss. Next pair coming up. A couple of dragsters here. 470 to dial for Kelly Fenton Taylor, and Will Holloman comes up at a 481. .481 dead on 6 for the win. Kelly Fenton runs 472 at the better light. Holloman by 22-10 foul, taking the W. Final call here on top ET. Top ET, you should be in the lanes. We are running round number 3 at top ET. Top ET, top ET. We are racing. You will get left behind. Ethan Watson coming up out of Fredericksburg, 445 on the Pertec side. Robert Dimmerly out of Portsmouth, Virginia, a 533 on the George Mason side. Top ET should be in the lanes. 60 cars come in. We'll be down to the final 30 in top. Red light start for Watson. Top end. A 533 dead on 7 beats a 446 on a 445. Next pair coming up here. Dragster Jack Trussell, 454. And Gordon Holmes, a 488. Junior dragsters are all back, I believe. Juniors are all back here. And by run for the next round of modifieds, Roger Bridges, RX-57. Roger Bridges on the by run for the next round of modified. Roger Bridges, you're on the by run for the next round of modified. Working along here in top ET, the dragster side of the field. I-95 Series round number 3 up top here on the Thornton Motorsports starting line. 454 for Jack Trussell, 488 for Gordon Holmes. Gordon launches, Trussell chases, and Gordon wins. 489 on a 488, beats a 456 on a 454. Next pair coming up here. Dalton Pearsall out of LaGrange, North Carolina. And Brian Mollison. 456 the dial from Mollison. 483 for Dalton. Red line start for Dalton Pearsall. And a 457 gets the win light for Brian Mollison. 484 for Dalton. Out of here in round number 3. Kenny Melton Jr. backing up the Vapors Advantage dragster. 464 lining up here with the Mustang of Barry Teachy on a 646. Teachy was doubled. Lost his first entry, so he's trying to hold on here in his second entry. And juniors, I think, are all back in the lanes. And Modified, we're going to be calling you here in just a moment. Modified, we'll be calling you here in just a moment. By run for the next round going to be Roger Bridges in Modified. Teachy off, here comes Melton, top end Melton, 67 on a 64, 003 on the tree, 650 on a 646 for Teachy. The Carpenter team coming up, Sean Carpenter on a 591, taking on Tim Thomas out of Lumberton, North Carolina on 477. We start winding down top ET, getting ready for juniors here. Tim Thomas, 477. Sean Carpenter, 591. Clean and green off the starting line. Carpenter's out front. Here comes Thomas, and it's Thomas for the win. 77 dead on 1, beats a 91 dead on 6. And Tim Thomas going to round number 4. Jacob Otto coming up here. Quantum Flow Dragster, 465. Robert Vogler, 450. We need Modified ET to the staging lanes. Roger Bridges on the buy run. RX-57 Modified ET to the lanes, please. Roger Bridges, you're on the buy run in Modified. Jacob Otto, 465. Robert Vogler, 450. A couple of hustling dragsters here on the Thornton Motorsports starting line. We wind down round number 3 at top ET. Clean and green off the Thornton starting line. Top end, it is Jacob Otto. 466 on a 65 dial, 88/10 thou the margin. Vogler runs 50 dead on 5, but it is Jacob Otto marching on, 005 on the tree. The Thomas team, or Ken Batchelor rather, coming up here on a 469, Leland, North Carolina, and John Corbin, a 450 over there out of Waynesboro, Virginia. Modified ET to the staging lanes. Roger Bridges on the by run in modified to the lanes, please. Red light start for Ken Batchelor. Wind light is on for Corbin. 450, dead on 7, beats a 488 for Batchelor. Chad Trailer backing up his dragster. 447 to dial in. Tim Thomas a 480. Chad Trailer a 447, Tim Thomas a 480. Modified ET needs you to the lanes. Heading off to the top end, double O both sides of the track, and it is Chad, 447, dead on 5. Beats a 481 on a 480. 464 the dial for Jerry Brewer over there, Lumberton, North Carolina. Dwayne Allen dials in at a 478 here on the Pertex side. Dwayne and Jerry moving off to the top end, and Dwayne Allen goes 78, dead on 3, beats a 65 on a 64. Margin of victory, 38-10 foul. Marty Dabney out of Troy, Virginia. A Little Vega. Coming up here on the Pertex side, a 493. Wesley Washington, 473 over on the George Mason Mortgage lane. Start for the Little Vega. Wind lights on for Wesley Washington, 470 to a 490. Both of them breaking out down there. Holding a couple apiece. And Modified ET should be rolling in. Got a couple more dragsters here. Final call from Modified. Final call from Modified. Round number 4 of Modified coming up. Modified. Round number 4 coming up here. Needs you to the staging lanes. Modified. Round number 4 coming up. Modified to the lanes. Got about 10 more minutes left on the Dragway concession stand. If you need something, they'll be closing in about 10 minutes here. As our last pair of top ET, I think we've got the buy run coming up. Brandon Collins out of Shannon, North Carolina, 470 on the board. Dalton Pearsall out of LaGrange, North Carolina, 485 here on the Pertex side of the racetrack. We wind them down. Almost done here in top ET. Buy runs in the box. We're getting ready to go junior drag racing. And we've got Modified loading the lanes. 17 mod lefts. Modifieds are loading the lanes for the next round of racing. IHRA I-95 series here at Richmond Dragway. Well, the I-95 series underway. Pearsall can't hold on as Brandon Collins goes 71 on a 70. Pearsall runs 87 on an 85 as Chris Sapelka, who had a perfect reaction time and ran dead on with a 0 last round, takes the buy run here out of Ransom, West Virginia. On the Pertex side of the racetrack, 489 goes up on the scoreboard. The last run for round number 3 in top ET. Junior dragsters getting ready to go here for round number 3 of racing. They're out behind the burnout box. 15 of them come into the round. We'll be down to the final 8 as soon as we get them going here. And Modified, you should be in the lanes. Top ET that have already run. Cool them off, fuel them up. We'll be bringing you back here in just a moment. Sapelka off the starting line, 489 on the 489, runs dead on 7 and off to round number 4. Here we go, junior dragster, round number 3.
Thornton Motorsports Junior Dragster, round number 3 action coming at you now. Brooke Harper, she's dialed 796. Tyler Colbert, 792. Harper out of Bridgewater, Virginia. Colbert out of Mechanicsville. Oh, it's somebody else? D. Light, I apologize, came up as a different individual. So Light's going to dial 796 and run. 799 with an 8 for the win. 8:58 the dial-in. George Mason Mortgage Lane. Sterling Dixon, tower side of the drag strip, dialed 817. The PerTech fluid system side of the facility goes red. Dixon gives it back. Dialed in 8:58. We're going to find 864 with a 9 for the win. Next you have the Roy Hills Drag Racing School Fire Aid sponsored entry. The 2015 Mike Boss car of Cameron Gibson. The 08 half-scale 790 dial dragster, tower side of the track is Jenna Cockrell. Footbrake, Footbrake, round number 4 coming out next. Footbrake, round number 4 will be coming out next. Gibson and Cockrell at the line now, making their way to the pre-stage beam. 799 the dial-in to a 790. Left-hand lane shall be leaving first. 900ths of separation. The nod going to be given to Gibson. Cockrell with a better reaction time. Jenna gets the win, 796 on a 790. Gibson dead on 7. Couldn't overcome the reaction time. Out of Richmond, Virginia, you have Dalton Hayes, dialed 791. From Suffolk, Sierra Yuri, dialed 795. Grandma's Little Angel. Hayes and Yuri both pre-staged, ready to go. Hayes with a bunch in his pocket. Lifting, goes 795, 4 above the 791 dial-in for the win, taking 28 to finish line. Mr. Hollywood Chad Logan, dialed 790. Will come up against the Capital Marble entry of Blake Denton out of Lillington, North Carolina. Denton dialed 796. Roger Bridges, RX-57. Roger Bridges, RX-57 on the bye run this round, a Footbrake. .791 on a 790, coupling it to an 040 reaction time. Chad Logan will get the win, taking 13 thousandths finish line over Blake Denton. .790 heads up run for Allison Lloyd and Rachel Wise. Lloyd out of Doswell, Wise out of Ashland. .17-year-old young ladies. Wise is 005 red. Lloyd, your winner, 38 green, and goes 791 with a 6. Your next pair of cars, you're going to have Kenneth Turner Jr. dialed 12 1/4. Jordan Dittman out of Dinwiddie dialed 790. This will be a tough one for Jordan as she has to wait 4.35 seconds for Kenneth Turner, who likely will be a third, if not more, down the drag strip. Turner with the red eye. Dittman, she does great. She's 38 at the tree, headed for the 90. Let's see what she'll land on. 791 with the 3. Good job, Dad, dialing her right there. Jordan Dittman will advance. Kenneth Turner did a very good job, but a little too soon at the tree. Cole Harlow on the bye run, 790 the dial-in. Top ET, this is your first call for round number 4. Chad Trailer, 1985X in the door car. Chad Trailer, 1985X. Chad Trailer on the bye run for top ET. 794 for Cole Harlow. Footbrake, you're coming out now. Footbrake, you're coming out now. We have called top ET. Top ET for round number 4. Chad Trailer on the bye run, 1985X. Chad Trailer on the bye run, 1985X. So Chad Trailer, top ET box cars, top ET, top ET. Tim Thornton is in need of a polar clutch removal tool, so if any other junior dragster driver has a polar clutch removal tool, please take it over to Tim Thornton at the Thornton Motorsports trailer. Again, a polar clutch removal tool is needed at the Thornton Motorsports trailer. Go take it to Tim. A polar clutch removal tool is needed, so junior dragsters, please, if you can help a racer out, polar clutch removal tool, polar clutch removal tool needed at the Thornton Motorsports trailer. Take it over to Tim Thornton at this time if you have one, please. Chad Trailer on the bye run, top ET, 1985X. Chad Trailer on the bye run, 1985X. Battle of the big dogs, Scott Mason, Chris Dixon. Macy dialed 659. Dixon dialed 696. Ooh, Chris Dixon, 003 on the bottom. And taking trip, zip a finish line, 697.2. On a 696, Scott Macy out by 004. Great job to Chris Dixon. 003 and 1 over. Again, Tim Thornton at the Thornton Motorsports Camp is in need of a polar clutch removal tool. Junior dragsters, we need your help. Polar clutch removal tool. Tim Thornton at Thornton Motorsports is in need of a polar clutch removal tool. Wendell Wilson and Nicole Talbert. 692 is Nicole's dial-in, tower side of the facility. 610 the dial-in for Wilson. 006 to a 005. Nicole Talbert, 693 on a 692 for the win, coupling it with a 005 reaction time to send Wendell Wilson back to the trailer. Michael Beard and Seth Phillips. The loose rocker Plymouth Volare out of Columbus, Ohio. The BracketRaceCentral.com ride out of Montpelier, Virginia, dialed 675. Last round, Michael Beard was 000 red. This time, Seth Phillips is. Beard 38, dead on 9. Phillips, trip, zip, red, and out by 012. Michael Beard, your winner. Devin Dudley and Bobby Matera coming up now. 640 the dial-in for the Mustang in the left-hand lane. The Opal dialed 5 3/4. Double 09 and 014. The Mustang out in front gets the win. 641 on a 640 dial-in. Matera goes under to take the finish line. Devin Dudley, your winner. Chris Moore in 597, the prediction in the 68 Dodge. Phil Rutherford, 1989 Camaro, looks for a 619 in this round. Top ET, Top ET, you should be in the staging lanes. Chad trailer on the by. Top ET, Top ET, you should be in the lanes. Double 09 for Morin. On the binders, finds a win light, 601 on a 597, 106 miles an hour. Excellent job of both the starting line and finish line for Chris Moore. Steve Alford, Jamie Holston. Final call on Top ET. Final call on Top ET in the lanes. This is like the who's who of bottom ball racing left in this round. Steve Alford, 676. Jamie Holston, 643. Double 09 again. And Steve Alford gives it back. Jamie gets the win with a 30 bulb and 2 over. The Chevelle advances. Renee Duval and Steve Withrow. Duval dialed in, 567. Withrow's Vega looks for the 677 mark. Steve gets it, 14 green at the tree. 683 with a 9 at 88 miles an hour. All of our top ET cars, you should be in the lanes. Top ET, you should be with us in the lanes. Chad Trailer on the buy run, 1985X. We're missing 3 top category cars. We're missing 3 top entries. Top ET, we're missing 3 of you. We need you to the lane. We need Wesley Washington and Dwayne Allen in the lanes. Wesley Washington, Dwayne Allen, we need you in the lanes. Carlton Thornton styled 671 this hit in the 68 Camaro as John Combs looks for a 640 in the 87 Buick. Thornton with 6 advantage at the tree. And the wind light. He takes a 21 and a 673. Outdoes a 27 and a 645 and a 640 for John Combs. Carl and Thornton coming back. Your buy run going to go over to Roger Bridges out of Beaver Dam, Virginia. This is 1968 Nova Dial 608. Top ET coming out next. Top ET round number 4. Top ET round number 4 coming out next. This is your buy run in Footbrake round 4. Roger Bridges. A little bit of cleanup here in front of Roger. A little bit bigger than anticipated. Gonna get it torched up, and we'll let Roger make his buy run. This should be our final car. This is our final driver of our Footbrake round number 4. Junior Dragster, you're on a ladder for the next round. Junior Dragster, you're on a ladder for round number 4. Junior Dragster, you're on a ladder. Junior Dragsters, we need you to the lanes. We need you to the lanes for pairing. You're on a ladder. Junior Dragsters, for pairing, we need you to the staging lanes. There are 8 cars remaining. Junior Dragsters, there are 8 cars remaining. Again, Roger Bridges in the 68 Nova, dialed 608. Bridges, 12 green light start. And a 608 dead on 0 for a 12 pack on a bye run. We need juniors to 1 and 2 for our pairings. Junior to 1 and 2 for your pairings. Junior dragsters. Thornton Motorsports Junior dragsters to the lanes. Still not sure if Tim Thornton found it, but he was looking for a polar clutch removal tool. A polar clutch removal tool. If he has not found it, we are looking for that. Junior dragsters, on your way to 1 and 2 for pairing. You are down to 8, so you're laddered at this point going forward. 8, 4, and 2. Junior dragsters, you're on the ladder. You need to make your way to 1 and 2 for your pairings. Plotzik, the 1980 Jeep. Dials in at a 672. Eric Bradby, the 87 Mustang, looks for a 564 in this round of top. Red light start for Plotzik. Bradby, your winner, looks for the 564 and goes out by 001. 563 with a 9. Jerry Akers and J.R. Wingfield. Akers out of Mechanicsville, Virginia, dialed 545. Wingfield out of North Chesterfield, dialed 567. How about 567, dead on with a 0, taking 3,000 finish line to get the win, is J.R. Wingfield. Akers is 17 green and 1 over. Good, but not good enough. Robert Demerly brings the 1998 dragster to the line, dial 533. Ronnie Horwath out of Bunker Hill, West Virginia, in the 68 Camaros, dial 561. Pretty fast for the full-bodied, looks to be all steel car. Horwath, your winner, 24 green light start, 3 up. Demerly had an issue at the tree. Final call for the 8 junior dragsters to the lanes. Final call. We should have 8 junior dragsters in the stage lanes for pairing at this time. Kenny Melton brings his 07 Mullis Sandston-based dragster to the line, dialed 464. Osborne, another Virginian, brings a 63 split-windowed vet. Up for 527. The door car, 2,000 finish line, gets the W. Dead on with a 2. Osborne's 20, dead on 2 for a 22 pack. Melton is 10 at the tree. 1.5 above. Marty Dabney dialed 494. Rodney Edwards dialed 579. $579, dead on with a 2. Rodney Edwards, your winner in the Nova. Tim Thomas, 477, the dial-in the dragster. Leon Wiggins, the 89 Mustang, dialed 638. $12 to a 13, dragster with the advantage by 1 at the tree. And gets the win as Wiggins breaks out, taking the stripe. Tim Thomas and the dragster, 478 on a 477 for the victory. Will Holloman in the dragsters dialed 481. Grant in the door car dialed 538. Probably going to be Will Holloman. 484 on the binders. Holloman will send the Wilmington-based dragster into the next round. David Sandridge, 586 the dial-in. Al Burkett, 564. Sandridge, 006. And 1 up, taking the finish line, gonna be David Sandridge. 587, 0 on a 586. 16 thousandths package to send Al Burkett, unfortunately, back to the trailer for the night. John Corbin dialed 4.5. Believe it or not, he's not the faster of the two. Chad Traylor dialed 447. Corbin, left lane. Traylor, right lane. 450 to a 447. Close at the tree, topside charge gonna be 451 on a 450. Breaking out by 0002, Chad Traylor. Chad Traylor took 007 to finish line and broke out by a 000 margin. Ouch. Gordon Holmes and the Dan Page Dragsters dialed 489. Brian Mollison in the 08 American Race Cars entry dialed 456. Mollison with an 11 advantage at the tree, uses it to get the win. He's 14 green, 1 over, 457 and a 456. Brian Mollison, your winner. We need modified footbreakers. Modified footbreakers back to the lanes. Modified footbreakers to 3 and 4. Chris Dixon on the bye. 7X, 11X. Chris Dixon on your 7X, 11X entry. You're on the bye run for Footbrake. We need all of Footbrake back to the lanes. All of Footbrake back to the lanes. Chris Dixon on the bye run. 8 juniors remain, so it won't take long. Modified, we need you back to the lanes. Modified. Dwayne Allen gets the win, dead on with a 5, 007 at the tree for a 12-pack over Jacob Otto, taking 6th out of finish line. What a great run for Dwayne Allen. Brandon Bam Bam Collins and the dragster is going to dial 469. He has to wait. Sean Carpenter and the Elm City Bay 68 Camaro will be out in front, dial 591. Sean's Body Shop and Powder Coat and on board the Camaro. Collins closing the gap and running dead on with a 2 for the win. Brandon Collins will send Sean Carpenter back to the pits. David Tanner, 695 the dial, and Eric Amon in the 77 Nova out of Clinton, North Carolina, dialed 551. Eric Whelan, one of the famed Ronnie Roberts Racing Triple R entries. This is a Robco Residential Incorporated sponsored ride. Ronnie looking on from the water. Dead on with a 5, taking 17th out of finish line. David Tanner gets the win. Eric Amon's 36 green and 2 above. Chris Sapelka out of Ranson, West Virginia, dialed 489. Steve Witherow out of Summerduck, Virginia, the 2015 Race Tech, 473. Sapelka was 00 dead on 2 rounds ago to get a bye run last pass. Coming back to meet Witherow. Witherow going to pedal his way here. Yep, 476.6 on a 473. Sapelka had trouble at the tree. So Steve Witherow, your winner. We should have all of our modified foot breakers back to the lanes. Modified foot breakers should be in the lanes. Modified foot breakers should be in the lanes. Chris Dixon, 7X, 11X on the bye run. 7X, 11X on the bye run. Junior dragsters are all paired up and ready to roll. Modified Footbreakers, we need you. Modified Footbreakers. We're whittling them down. We're down to the quarterfinals of Junior Dragster. A couple more cars and we'll be done with round number 4 at top. Footbrake, you should be in the lanes. Footbrake, you should be in the lanes. We're waiting on our top ET cars. Top ET, we're waiting on you. Look how beautiful the moon is tonight, folks. We ordered that special just for tonight. All right, looks like Wesley Washington coming up in the dragster. So Wesley Washington dials in at a 470. Chad Trailer in the pickup truck. Dialed 604. This should be our final pair. Chad's 009, Wesley's 004. Will it be the truck? No. 470 dead on 5, 004 to tree for a 9-pack. Wesley Washington forces Chad Trailer under for the breakout loss. Wow. Chad Trailer's 009 takes 16th thou finish line, breaks out by 16th thou because his opponent is a 9-pack. Woo! Wow, that's a tough run right there. Good job to Wesley Washington. And that'll do it for round number 4 of Top ET. That should put us down to 15 cars. So Junior Dragster's coming up now. Eight cars remain in the Thornton Motorsports Junior Dragster class. This is your quarterfinal round. $790 heads up. Cole Harlow and Jenna Cockrell. Red light start for Harlow. 18 green. Cockrell, your winner. Jenna's going to dial the 90 runs. A little too fast. 85 with a 9. D-Light. That's David, dialed 796. Dalton Hayes, 792. David Light in the left lane, Dalton Hayes in the right lane. David Light goes red. Dalton Hayes is your winner. Dialed 792 will produce a breakout 791.9 out by 001. .863 is the prediction for Brooke Harper. Chad Logan on the 790. That's Mr. Hollywood to you. Harper with the red light start. Hollywood your winner. Logan looks for the 90. 89 with a 5 out by 005. Footbrake, get ready. Footbrake, get ready. You're coming out next. Top ET. Top ET. MX58. David Sandridge. MX58, David Sandridge on the bye at 15 cars. David Sandridge, MX58 for Top ET. You're on the bye run. We need all of our Top ET cars back to the lanes. Top ET back to the lanes. Allison Lloyd, 790, dead on with a 2, coupling it with a 17th hour reaction time will get the win over Jordan Dittman. Dittman 791 on a 790, but Allison Lloyd again with a 19 thousandths package. 17 green, dead on 2 for the win. Top ET to the stage and lanes. Top ET, David Sandridge, MX58. David Sandridge, MX58 on the bye at 15 cars. Top ET to the staging lanes, top ET to the staging lanes, please. Coming out next is going to be Footbrake. Chris Dixon on the bye. This is round number 5. Round number 5 of Footbrake coming out now. 9 cars remain. Chris Dixon on the bye run. Running for $5,000 to win the I-95 Championship Series bracket program. Richmond Dragway's opening day. The I-95 Series following the corridor of cash. Dixon knows he's at least down to 5 cars. Who will be there with him? That is yet to be determined as your first pair make their way into the water. Footbrake. Round number 5, down to 9 cars. This is Michael Beard out of Columbus, Ohio. The 1980 Plymouth Valari. 3-time IHRA world champion, 2-time bracket finals champ. He's got 1 bracket championship on the NHRA side of the fence, 1 on the IHRA side of the fence, but all of that means 0 to Nicole Talbert, who wants nothing more than to get down to 5 cars here tonight. Talbert dialed 691 out of Maryland. Beard out of Ohio. The Buckeye State dialed 653. Talbert 9 thou red. Beard behind her 13 green. And 654 on a 653. Michael Beard advances to the round of 5. Devin Dudley. Chris Morin. Speaking of champ, Morin, 2012, 2013 track champ, multi-time big money event winner, dials 597. Devin Dudley, the Mustang, dialed 640. Dudley has Morin on the tree and gets the win. Devin Dudley's 20 green, 2 above. Chris Morin takes 3 thou a finish line, breaks out by 3 thou doing it. Morin 596 with a 7 on his 597 dial. He is done. Roger Bridges, Carlton Thornton. 671 the dial-in for Thornton, tower side of the drag strip. Bridges in the left-hand lane, dialed 608. He's in a 68 Nova. Bridges can't hold on. He goes red. Thornton gets the win, dialed 671. Breaks out. Look at that, 666. Hey, no respect, I tell you. No respect. Thornton with the big breakout. Holding a couple in his pocket. Next you have Steve Withrow, Jamie Holston. Top ET back to the lanes. We need you. We're short a few. Top ET, we're short a couple. Steve Withrow in the Vega dialed 677. Jamie Holston, the 72 Chevelle, won the last time we ran this category at I-95. Would like to be a back-to-back winner. Withrow going to do his best to hold Holston off. It's going to be the Vega. 30 at the tree and 2 over. Steve Withrow, your winner, taking 9 thou a finish line. Jamie Holston was 41 green and 2 up. Your bye run is Chris Dixon out of Roxborough, North Carolina, the 67 Chevy 2. Chris Dixon was the track champ, I believe, at Roxborough. 690 on this hit. Little tire car. It's a little tire that could. He'll be down to 5. Trip zips for Chris Dixon. How do you like me now? 698.6 for Dixon at 95 miles an hour. Trip zipper on the reaction time, though, for Chris Dixon. Washington, Witherow, and Collins, all MIA. Gonna have to send a search party out. Washington, Witherow, Collins, you are late for a very important date in the round of 15 cars, top ET. Washington, Witherow, Collins, we're looking for you in the lanes, please. I need to go to the dentist next week. I've overindulged myself in the Calvert kettle corn. If you have silence on the microphone, it's just me trying to make sure I don't have any particles here. Yeah. Calvert kettle corn should come with a courtesy toothpick. There's a marketing suggestion. Classy. The classy ones? Ooh. That would be an interesting marketing gimmick. So here we go. 15 cars in top ET, $10,000 on the line. Brian Mollison, 2008 American Dragster, dialed 456. Eric Bradby, 87 Mustang. Ooh, the Mustang wanting some of this action. 00 and 3 up. Hey, man. The door car getting it. Margin of victory, 0.07 of a second. Eric Bradby will advance. Bradby down to 8. Will Holloman driving Chad Duke's dragster out of Wilmington, North Carolina. Holloman actually hails from Four Oaks in Johnston County, NC. 480 the dial-in for Holloman. J.R. Wingfield out of Virginia in the 69 Chevrolet Camaro, down 567. Holloman slingshots a 002 reaction time and a dead-on one for a 3-pack. Woo! Ouch. Will Holloman, your winner. Bringing it. Ha. Will Holloman from Four Oaks with a 3-pack goes to the semis, down to 8. No, quarterfinals. I messed that up. Quarterfinals, down to 8. I was trying to do something there with numbers. It's just got lost too early, too soon. Will Holloman, throw me a 3-pack again next round, and we'll just tear it up. John Corbin, Dan Osborne. Corbin in the dragster. Osborne in that beautiful vet. The vet's out in front, dial of 27. The dragster closes the gap, gets the win with a 452. On a 450, John Corbin will return to the round of 8. Tim Thomas out of Lumberton, North Carolina. And Ronnie Horwath out of Bunker Hill, West Virginia. This is a good-looking, good-working 68 Camaro. Keep your eyes peeled to this thing. 561 the dial-in. The heavy Chevy motivated by some HP. Thomas, the dragster, dialed 477. Dragster 479 on a 477. Tim Thomas, your winner. So junior dragsters, there should be 4 of you in the lanes. Juniors, there should be 4 of you in the lanes. We're going to go ahead and call. We need our Footbrake cars. Footbrake, we're down to 5. Footbrake, down to 5. We need you back to the lanes. Quarterfinals of Footbrake, down to 5. We need you back to the lanes. Michael Beard in the loose rocker, Plymouth Valari on the bye run, car number 116. David Tanner and Rodney Edwards squared apart here. Tanner, the car stumbled at the tree. Edwards gets the easy win. He's 586 on the binders. Brandon Bam Bam Collins and Dwayne Allen, the next pair of dragsters, 470 with 478. Allen, the hometown ride out of Sandston. Collins from Shannon, North Carolina. Bam Bam in the left lane. Allen in the right lane. Pair of 008s. 008. Dead on with a 6 14 thousandths package. Brandon Collins gets past Dwayne Allen's 008. One above 479 effort. Wow. Footbrake, Footbrake, there's 5 of you. Footbrake, we're looking for you to the lanes. Wesley Washington in the Super Bowl and World Series of Bracket Racing dragster. Washington dialed 475. Steve Witherow dialed 473. Witherow driving that brand newish 2015 Race Tech. Witherow 18, Washington 21. 18 dead on with a 2. Steve Witherow, your winner. David Sandridge, the 68 Camaro, dialed 586 on this hit on the bye run. Taking the tree and backing an auto. All right. Semi-final round. Dalton Hayes, Richmond, Virginia's own 2004 half-scale race car, dialed in at 792. Jenna Cockrell, the 08 half-scale ride, 790. Hayes, spectator side of the drag strip, in the George Mason Mortgage Lane. The Pertec fluid system side, that's the tower side, is Jenna Cockrell. Red light start for Dalton Hayes. Jenna Cockrell's going to the final. 786 with the 2. Cockrell a little bit quick. 038 under. It will be Jenna Cockrell one of these two. Allison Lloyd out of Doswell, Virginia, takes on a Nokesville native, Chad Logan. Got a pair of Mike Boss cars, Mr. Hollywood, tower side of the racetrack. Lloyd's spectator lane. Heads up, 790s. Dead on with a 6, Chad Logan. Breaking out, Allison Lloyd. It'll be Logan with lane choice over Cockrell in the final round. So it'll be Chris Dixon and Carlton Thornton coming up now. .671 the dial-in for Carlton Thornton out of Richmond, Virginia, the 1968 burnt orange Camaro, taking on Chris Dixon out of Roxborough, NC. Dixon doing double duty in both top and bottom ball this weekend. 67 Chevy 2 dialed .697. Dixon with the advantage, 22 in his pocket at the tree, and dead on 1, taking 4th hour stripe. Chris Dixon in the Chevy 2 will advance. Devin Dudley and Steve Witherow now. 677 for the Vega, 641 for the Mustang. Witherow still in top. His blue Vega's got to come back park and get in a dragster. .677 dead on with the 9, 18 at the tree. The 27 thousandths package is not good enough. Steve Witherow is done. Devin Dudley, 009, 1 over, takes 3 thou finish line. So Michael Beard will be facing Chris Dixon here in the semifinal round as Devin Dudley gets a bye run. Beard dialed a 54 and clicks it off, not showing his hand, goes 676. Round number 6 of Top ET coming at you now. We're down to 8 cars as Will Holloman brings up the Chad Duke Dragster. Dialed 480 against David Sandridge, dialed 587. Holloman 1 thou red, Sandridge gonna go to 4. 588, 0 on a 587. Sandridge was set to go 14 and 1 above. Tim Thomas, the dragster out of Lumberton, North Carolina, is dialed 477 right now. Eric Bradby, the 87 Mustang, predicts a 563. Woo! Bradby went in a little deep, and it works to his advantage. Yeah, how about that? 17, 564, 0 and a 563. I thought, man, Bradby rolled in. He took a chomp at the tree. He's going to go red, but nope, comes up 17 green. So 17 and 1 over with a 0. Eric Bradby advances. Bam Bam Collins dialed 469 in the dragster. Rodney Edwards, that super cool 67 Nova out of Windsor, Virginia, dialed 579. 1.1 seconds of separation for the door car. He'll get the lead. Collins going to try to close the gap. Flickering the bulb. The door car 16 at the tree. Yeah, 580, dead on, or one above, dead on with an 8, Brandon Collins. But Rodney Edwards puts that Nova down to 4. Sandridge, Bradby, and Edwards put 3 door cars into the semifinal round. The lone dragster will come out of this pair. John Corbin, about 451. For Steve Witherow, 473. Yeehaw Cowboy, trip, zip for Witherow. 474 on a 473. Steve Witherow uses a 000 reaction time to get the better of John Corbin, so it'll be Steve Witherow. He'll have lane choice as well. Trip zips. It'll be a heads-up 790 battle. Jenna Cockrell, Chad Logan. The half-scale dragster coming up in the left-hand lane. Left lane. The Mike Boss car, tower side of the drag strip, that's Mr. Hollywood. Hollywood out of Oaksville, Virginia. Cockrell out of Prince Frederick, Maryland. Logan right here out of Virginia. Jenna Cockrell, Chad Logan. Red light start for Cockrell. She's only 11th out red. Logan 44 green for the win. And dead on 790 with an 8. Congratulations to Chad Logan, your winner of day number 1 at Richmond Dragway and Thornton Motorsports Junior Dragster. And to Jenna Cockrell, who made a great pass, 11th out red and 787 on a 790. Chad Logan, though, your winner, Junior Dragster dinner. 790, dead on with an 8. Two tough out-of-ball racers coming up side by side. Columbus, Ohio, the 1980 Plymouth Volare, the Loose Rocker Promotions LMC ride, brought to you in part By Staging Light Graphics, Mickey Thompson Tires, Mosier Engineering takes on Chris Dixon. Dixon, the Roxborough track champ in the 67 Chevy 2 Dial 696. I've watched Chris Dixon go on the top all summer, the bottom all summer, and he goes rounds consistently. Let's see, will it be Beard or Dixon into the final round tonight of Footbrake? Michael Beard dead on with a 0.4 thousandths of finish line. Chris Dixon's 28 dead on 1. Michael Beard 24 dead on 0, folks. This is Footbrake, I must remind you. Michael Beard going to the final round dead on 0, taking 4th out of finish line over one of the toughest bracket racers in the land, Chris Dixon. Great job to Chris on his semifinal run here tonight. So it's going to be Michael Beard headed to the final round. Devin Dudley in the Mustang, dialed 640. It's got to be better than 24 at the tree to maintain lane choice. And he does. 15 green light start for Dudley. So it'll be Dudley with lane choice over Beard in the final. Dudley goes 6:38.6. So Michael Beard and Devin Dudley in the final round of Footbrake here tonight for 5,000 bucks. All right. Down to 4. 3 door cars and 1 dragster remain. The semifinal round of Top ET, battling it out for $10,000 here at Richmond Dragway, day number 1 of the I-95 series. David Sandridge, the 68 Camaro, dials 587. Rodney Edwards out of Windsor, Virginia. This is a good-looking 67 Nova, predicts a 579. Sandridge left lane, Edwards right lane. A pair of Virginia-based cars, the 68 Camaro of Sandridge, the 67 Nova of Edwards. Identical 008 reaction times. Topside, which one will it get? Oh, look at that. 580 with a 4 and a 579. Good run for Rodney Edwards. 008 v 008. Woo! Taking 10 at the stripe. Edwards goes to the finals. Eric Bradby dials 563 in the 87 Mustang. It's going to be an all-Virginia final. Steve Witherow out of Summer Duck dialed 474. So 1 dragster remains. If Eric Bradby can hold off Steve Witherow, we're going to have an all-door car final on day number 1 of the 10K. Bradby 005, Witherow 10, 480. Bradbury lets him have the finish line. Witherow 10 at the tree, able to pedal his way to a 480. Bradby was 005 and can't cover the number. 10 at the tree and pedal his way to a win will be Steve Witherow. So it's the dragster versus the door car in the final. The door car with lane choice. All right, here we go. Devin Dudley with the Mustang comes up, dialed 640. Michael Beard out of Columbus, Ohio, and the Loose Rocker Promotions 80 Plymouth Volare, recovering super stocker, gone back to bracket racing. Beard dialed 653, Dudley on the 640. They were both tough on the tree last round. Beard's 25, Dudley's 36. Your win gonna go to Michael Beard, 25, dead on with a 1, taking 9th out finish line. Devin Dudley dialed up. He goes 639.9 out by 0001. So Michael Beard puts the Loose Rocker Promotions car in the final round. Takes home 5,000 bucks. I think Mama Jill's up north going dun, 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 doing the happy dance. So congratulations to Michael and Jill Beard and the 80 Plymouth Volare for getting the win. So here we go with your final round of Top ET. Steve Witherow in the dragster, dialed 475. Rodney Edwards holding on for the door cars, dialed 579. Witherow gets it. He's 002 as Edwards didn't take off. Steve Witherow, your winner out of Summer Duck, Virginia. The 2015 Race Tech Dragster was ready. Witherow was 002 at the tree. Edwards had trouble. So your winner going to be the dragster. Steve Witherow, your runner-up, that beautiful 67 Nova of Rodney Edwards. And that does it for us, folks.